Stephanie, are you all ready to go as soon as we get a quorum?
Yes, I am.
Okay, let's give it a sec here. Okay, I will call this October 13th, 2020 City Council meeting to order. Madam City Clerk, can we have a roll call, please?
Yes. Councilmember Dowd. Councilmember Dowd.
Here.
Councilmember Tibbetts.
Here.
Councilmember Sawyer.
Here.
Councilmember Rogers.
Here.
Councilmember Oliveras.
Here.
Vice Mayor Fleming.
Here.
Mayor.
Here.
I'm here.
Let the record show that all council members are present.
Great, thank you. Okay, a couple of housekeeping reminders. Council members, please keep your audio on mute unless you're speaking. Nice timing. Staff will remain muted until needing to speak. As members of the public join the meeting, you'll be participating as an attendee. Your microphone and camera will be muted. Only today's panelists will be viewed during the meeting. If you're calling in from a telephone and choose to speak during the public comments portion of today's agenda, for privacy concerns, the host will be renaming your viewable phone number to resident in the last 4 digits of your phone number. As always, the City of Santa Rosa is committed to creating a safe and inclusive environment free from disruption. We will not tolerate any hateful speech or actions and are well staffed to monitor that so that everyone is participating respectfully, or they'll be removed. If necessary, we'll also immediately end the meeting. And additionally, effective the October 27th meeting, email public comment and e-comment public comment received by the deadline on the agenda will be uploaded to the agenda item as late correspondence and no longer read into the record. If public comment emails and e-comments were received and uploaded to an item, the agenda will be republished so that the public and City Council have access to those comments prior to the meeting announcements. So again, what that means for Council, we're not having City Clerk read the e-comments that we received. Madam City Clerk, could you explain how public comments will be heard at today's meeting?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. After each agenda item is presented, the mayor will ask for council comments and then open it up for public comment. The host in Zoom will be lowering all hands until public comment is open for the agenda item. Once the mayor has called for public comment, the mayor will announce for the public to raise their hand if they wish to speak on the specific agenda item. If you are calling in to listen to the meeting audibly, you can dial *9 to raise your hand. The host will then call on the public who have raised their hands. Public comment will be limited to 3 minutes and a timer will appear on the screen for the council and public to see. Once all live public comments have been heard, the meeting host will play voicemail public comments. If you provide a live public comment on an agenda item and also submitted an email, e-comment, or recorded voice message public comment, your email, e-comment, or voice message public comment will not be duplicated, read, or played during the meeting. Additionally, there are 2 public comment periods on today's agenda to speak on non-agenda matters, items 13 and 17. This is a time when any person may address the council on matters not listed on this agenda, but which are within the subject matter jurisdiction of the council.
Thank you for that. And additionally, we do have 1 public hearing today, item 15.1. And as long as no one from council objects to it, I would like to try to take that item as close to 5 o'clock as possible. Does anyone object to us trying to do that? Again, 15.1, I'd like to take it as close to 5 as we can. Everyone okay with that? Not seeing any objection. Thank you. All right, item 3.1, Mr. City Manager.
Item 3.1, CityBus fare policy options. Rachel Eade presenting.
Hey, Thank you, Mayor Schwedhelm and members of the council. We appreciate this opportunity to come back to you with a follow-up to our August study session on COVID-19 recovery in the transit system. Fair policy is a whole topic unto itself, and so we appreciate the opportunity to come back with a focus specifically on some strategies for fair policy as part of that recovery strategy. Next slide, please. Oh, and I should mention before I jump in, I'm joined today by Yuri Kozlin, our transit planner, who will be taking over later in the presentation to discuss some of our proposals for expanding our unlimited access pass programs. So in the study session today, we're going to begin with just a quick overview of our current fare structure and policies. We haven't been in front of council talking about fair policy in some time, so we just want to bring you up to speed with what exists today. We'll talk about some of the COVID-19 fair policy implications that we see based on our experience in the last few months. We're going to focus on 3 fair policy options here today that we're interested in getting your feedback and direction on. The first is the topic of when we restore fares. We're still operating fare free, as you know. The second relates to an opportunity to sign on to a new pilot program sponsored by MTC for low-income riders. And third relates to some in-house work we're starting to do on expanding unlimited pass programs to provide more opportunities for fare-free access to the transit system. We'll talk about some of the next steps depending on council's direction, and then of course take your feedback. Next slide, please. So a quick overview of our fare revenue. We currently collect about this is pre-pandemic. Pre-pandemic, we collected about $1.5 million in fixed route fares annually and about another $115,000 in paratransit fares. This is made up of cash we get in the fare box, as well as pass, ticket, and Clipper card sales, and then revenue we get from our partnerships. So for example, the Oakmont Village Association pays for half the operating costs of the Oakmont Route 16. And of course, we have our Santa Rosa Junior College Unlimited Pass program, where we're reimbursed for all of the rides, fare-free rides taken by SRJC students in a year, which is about $150,000 worth of revenue to us pre-pandemic. As you all know, we're required to achieve a 20% fare box recovery per the Transportation Development Act statute. And of course, Transportation Development Act, or TDA, is our major source of operating revenue. Right now, we achieve that by including Measure M local sales tax revenues, which is allowable under the statute. That's considered local fare box revenue. If we didn't have that to add to the pot, we'd be more at about a 12% fare box recovery. So we're substantially below that 20% just on fare box alone. At this point, those requirements have been suspended due to the pandemic, and it's unclear when they'll be restored, but that's the current situation. And again, as you know, fare collection was suspended in mid-March as a COVID-19 social distancing strategy, and we're still operating fare-free today. Next slide, please. So a quick overview of our current fare structure. Our cash fare, our base fare, our adult cash fare is $1.50. Our youth fare is slightly discounted at $1.25, and senior and disabled riders pay half fare, which is a federal requirement of 75 cents. I just want to note that $1.50 is consistent with Petaluma Transit as well as Sonoma County Transit's one zone ride. We all have an agreement to maintain a consistent one ride or one zone base fare in Sonoma County among the local bus operators. These fares are the lowest in the Bay Area. There are some other transit agencies that charge $1.50. Most charge sometimes much more than that. And the North Bay, Soul Trans, Napa Vine charge $2 as their base fare. Marin Transit, I think I got Napa Vine right. Napa Vine is $1.60. Marin Transit and Soul Trans are $2. As you get into the Inner Bay Area, you're seeing base fares closer to $2.50. We offer a day pass, 31-day passes, which are half fare for youth, seniors, and people with disabilities. We offer free transfers and have a very liberal transfer policy. If you request a transfer upon paying your fare, you have 2 hours to use it as many times as you need to. And we also have free inter-operator transfers between CityBus and Sonoma County Transit, SMART, and Golden Gate Transit. Paratransit tickets are $3 per one-way ride, which is double the adult base fare. Next slide, please. So this slide just gives an idea of who's riding on different types of fare programs at this point in time. So of our pre-pandemic ridership, about 27% of our riders were using some kind of adult fare media, whether it's cash or a pass or an adult ticket. About a little over 20% were using a transfer. That means they paid a fare initially, but their next ride was on a free transfer. We had about 29% of our riders using some kind of discounted fare media for youth or half fare for seniors and people with disabilities. And then we had a little bit over 20% of our riders riding on a fare-free program that already exists. And so that includes children under 5, paratransit registrants who are able to ride for free showing their paratransit ID, Santa Rosa Junior College students, and veterans. In the column to the right, we've just noted places where we have revenue or other savings to replace that lost fare revenue. So for example, for youth, we're able to further discount the 31-day pass to half fare. We use an Air District grant to do that. For paratransit registrants, we don't have revenue reimbursement, but what we do see is a savings in our paratransit costs because they have free access. Paratransit registrants will take some trips on fixed route transit when they're able. And that's a significant cost savings because the cost per trip is much lower on the fixed route system than the paratransit system. For Santa Rosa Junior College students, we're reimbursed on a per trip basis from the SRJC student transportation fee. And for veterans, we're reimbursed by the Santa Rosa General Fund. Next slide, please. So this looks at the same information in a different way. In this chart, we've removed transfers to just really focus on what is the type of fare category people are using for their initial ride. So as you'll see, about 34% of riders were paying some sort of full fare. 36% of riders were paying a discount fare, such as a youth, or a senior half fare. And about 30% of our riders were using a free fare program prior to the pandemic. Next slide, please. So to begin to discuss some of the fare policy considerations that have come into play with COVID-19, as you all know, we've had a significant impact on transit ridership due to the pandemic. So there is an implication there for fare policy. How do we structure fare policy going forward in a way that really promotes people returning to transit and recovery of the transit system? Secondly, we know that the effects of COVID-19 have disproportionately affected low-income residents and riders, the economic effects. And just to remind you some of the statistics about our riders from our last rider survey, 86% of our riders are considered low income, which is meaning their income is less than 200% of the federal poverty line. Over half do not have access to a working vehicle. About 28% are students, and they're very frequent users of our system. So 3/4 of our riders report using CityBus 4 or more days per week. In terms of the third bullet, we have a really interesting tension here. Our fare policy decisions sort of exist in tension with our COVID-19 social distancing goals. So we have a lot of good reasons to try to get more people back on the bus, both to keep people moving, help with their economic recovery by making it easier, reducing the financial barrier to use of transit. However, we also have an issue where if we're too successful and too many people come back too soon, we can really have a difficult time having enough capacity to maintain an effective capacity of 10 riders per bus at any given time. So these are some interesting tensions that come into play with COVID-19 during the duration of the pandemic, where we're still operating under the CDC's recommendation for 6 feet of social distancing. So for that reason, fare suspension has some positives and negatives. So for now, the fare-free operating environment, it's really helping our community, some of our folks who have both been hit very hard economically by the pandemic. It's obviously promoting ridership recovery by removing the financial barrier to access to transit. The negatives are we do have an ongoing revenue loss of about $40,000 a month based on current ridership levels. And then we have these social distancing implications. Because we're operating fare-free, we are seeing an incidence of some individuals riding the buses and spending a lot of time on the buses without a specific destination. In a regular operating environment, that's not necessarily a huge problem, but when we're limited to 10 people per bus, if we have 1 or 2 people on a bus who are riding without a destination, it can cause us to not have enough capacity to carry the people who really do need to get from point A to point B. Next slide, please. So we've put together this proposed approach to fare policy, and it's something we definitely would love your feedback on today. So at this point in time, we feel it's appropriate to begin to plan for fare restoration, and I'll talk about that a little bit more on the next slide. We need to have certain safety protocols in place to do that, and we also want to make sure we do it in coordination with our other local bus partners. If we do restore fares, we also think it's important to really promote that community economic recovery as well as transit ridership recovery by implementing additional discount or fare-free programs to fill some of the gaps we have in our existing discount programs and make sure we're doing everything we can to promote access to the transit system for people who have a financial barrier. Obviously, we want to replace that lost fare revenue with other revenue sources whenever we can, and so that we can sustain those programs over the long term. And eventually, when we're subject to the TDA fare box recovery requirements again, that we're able to meet that 20% requirement. And finally, we need to be really careful in how we phase these things and look carefully at how we phase any additional discount or fare-free programs so that we're able to maintain the social distancing on board buses, or we have enough capacity to respond and add capacity to continue to meet those requirements. Next slide, please. So I'll begin by talking a little bit about fare restoration. Most transit, but not all transit agencies in the Bay Area did suspend fares for a time with the onset of the pandemic as a social distancing strategy. Most have restored fares or are planning to restore fares sometime between November and January. In order to restore fares, transit operators need to have some sort of barrier in place between where passengers board the front door of the bus, the fare box, and the driver's compartment to make sure that we're maintaining a separation when folks have to be in close proximity when people are paying their fares. So that could be a plexiglass barrier, a vinyl curtain. There's various solutions in place, but that would have to be something we would need to install. Ideally, as I mentioned, if we do restore fares, or when we do restore fares, we really want to do it in concert, especially with Sonoma County Transit, but also Petaluma Transit, because we overlap in Santa Rosa. If one agency was to restore fares before the other one did, it could cause a shift in ridership that could really cause some operational difficulties with the social distancing. And it also can cause a lot of rider confusion when we're doing different things with fares at different times. Fare restoration, again, will support social distancing on board buses to make sure that the people riding are people who really have a destination and a place they're traveling to. That's going to be especially important when schools return to on-site learning. We're already going to be very stretched to be able to maintain social distancing and still get kids to school whenever schools do get back in session. And again, we are continuing to lose around $40,000 a month in lost fare revenue at present with fare suspension. Next slide, please. So our proposal is that we plan to restore fares. I said here by January 1st, but between now and sometime around January 1st, with a physical barrier in place and in coordination with our local bus partners in Sonoma County. I noted here Sonoma County Transit is currently planning a fare restoration around the 1st of 2021, around the 1st of the year. We ideally would want to give riders about a full month notice of fare restoration so they can plan for that. We also have a large number of human services agencies that buy pass products from us. They need time to purchase those passes and distribute them back out to their clients before fares go back into effect. And I just made a note here, it's very uncommon in the transit industry to raise fares or do anything with fares during the holiday season. So that's something we would like to avoid if possible, because it is a time when people are a bit distracted. It's hard to let people know about changes, and it's also a time when funds can be tight for people. Next slide, please. So I'm going to pivot a little bit here and talk about the Clipper Start program. This is an opportunity for the city to sign on to a new type of program that could happen in conjunction with fare restoration to give some of our riders who don't currently have a discount option a new discount option. So Clipper Start is a new pilot program being initiated by MTC. It's been in the works for a number of years. MTC for many years has had a goal of creating a regional means-based discount program that's consistent across the region and available to low-income individuals. They began a pilot program in July with 4 of the large operators in the Bay Area. And it's via Clipper card, and individuals can qualify for the program and be eligible either for a 20% or a 50% discount on single rides. And so this is specifically for adult low-income individuals. Right now, adults don't have a youth or half fare option available to them. If they're low income, they're paying full fare. So it fills a gap in the discount programs in the Bay Area. A couple months ago, MTC saw that there was growing interest among Bay Area transit operators in getting involved in Clipper Start as a COVID-19 recovery strategy. MTC chose to allocate about $5 million of the CARES Act revenue coming to the region to be able to help subsidize additional transit operators to join the program. So the way the program is set up is if Santa Rosa City Bus was to sign on, MTC would actually cover half of any lost fare revenue that occurred due to our participation in the program. MTC has gotten a very positive response. At this point, I believe they expect nearly universal or universal participation by the various transit operators, including the Sonoma County transit operators. Next slide, please. So for our local transit partners, currently SMART has signed on to participate with a 50% discount for low-income adults on those single rides. Golden Gate Transit is already participating at 50% discount as part of the original group of larger operators piloting this program. Sonoma County Transit and Petaluma Transit are both planning to sign on at a 20% discount rate. So if CityBus were to also participate at the 20% discount, a CityBus adult single ride fare for an eligible individual would be reduced from $1.50 to $1.20. We anticipate, based on a number of assumptions, that would result in about $15,000 to $35,000 lost revenue to CityBus during the pilot period through January 2022. So it's about a one-year pilot. That's a big range. It's based on the fact that we don't know how quickly ridership will recover. This is a new program. We don't know what the rate of participation by eligible individuals will be in that first year. So we've sort of created a range, a high and a low. Next slide, please. So we think this could be a very positive thing for CityBus and for our transit riders here in Santa Rosa. And so our proposal is that the city sign on to the Clipper Start program at the 20% discount rate for this pilot period through January 2022 to fill the gap in our discount programs for low-income adults. Has a number of benefits, including the immediate financial benefit for our riders, improving transit access, supporting our ridership recovery. It gets us to be part of a regional integrated low-income fare program, which is a very positive thing for riders in terms of the seamlessness of their fare payment throughout the region. And selfishly, it increases or potentially increases participation in the Clipper Card program, which saves us money. It costs a lot of money to handle cash. And so the more people who use the Clipper Card, the more we can begin to reduce some of the costs associated with collecting cash on the transit system. So I'll note that because of MTC's very tight time frame to bring new operators into this pilot program a little bit late, we do have an action item on today's council consent calendar for Clipper Start. So if the council is feeling like this is something that we should move forward with, there will actually be an opportunity later in this meeting to take action. Next slide, please. So at this point, I'm going to turn it over to Yuri to discuss some of our in-house work to develop some additional programs that could be implemented to provide further discounts or unlimited access to our riders. I'll turn it over to you, Yuri.
Can you hear me? Great. Council, Mayor Schwedhelm, we're excited to discuss with you the possibility of expanding the city's unlimited transit access programs. These programs not only provide the public with affordable access to transit, but allow the city to structure transit fares in a manner that promotes and enforces council and community goals. The current fare-free programs, as was mentioned earlier, account for about 30% of our current ridership, with the SRJC leading the way with about 13%. It accounts for about 188,000 trips a year, or at least it did in 2019. And then the other programs, fare-free programs, are followed by the veterans, city employees, children under 5, and our paratransit registrants. As a way to reinforce community goals, the Transit Division, having heard interest in this type of program from community groups and having seen examples from other cities where these programs have been implemented, could foresee the following types of expansion in the unlimited access programs. EcoPass is a nomenclature which has been used to communicate the environmental friendly nature of the unlimited access to transit. And this type of we've seen these type of programs implemented in community institutions, employers, large employers, and residential developments, particularly in target areas in cities. And then there's also a youth unlimited ridership program for up to 12th grade students. And this would, the idea is supporting families and students. Next slide, please. Providing the universal free fare access for populations that can participate through an agreement between the larger entity and CityBus, the transit provider. The entities typically, or how these are implemented in other cities, the entity typically pays a bulk rate for the entire population to have access to ride without paying. You see some examples where, those within the entity that are interested in riding get the passes, but what we're proposing here is whether all the employees or all the residents are interested, the participating entity allows all of them to have access. So they have this kind of built-in access to transit, whether they expect to use it or not. A lot of times you see it, they may use it for the first time when their car breaks down, or there's different moments where they get an opportunity to experience the unlimited access. It's commonly implemented in university settings, but throughout the country, but we see examples within California and across the country where it's implemented for employees, residential developments, and other groups. As we said earlier, currently it's implemented with the SRGC Unlimited Access Program, where the city, along with Petaluma Transit and Sonoma County Transit, all provide this kind of any line, anytime experience for SRJC riders. So staff sees possible implementation through residential developments. For example, the Roseland Village, which is using ASIC funding. It's kind of built into the ASIC grant funding, where the Roseland Village needs to provide an unlimited access program to all the residents within the development. Employers, another example, large employers, like the city of Santa Rosa, we all have access to riding unlimited on CityBus. And then there's the idea of an equity eco-pass for clients of homeless service organizations or Section 8 voucher participants. There may be other groups out there, but this idea where we have disadvantaged members of our community that are already we already have a way to understand who is participating in those groups, and we could simply work with through those existing structures. Next slide, please. As a practical matter, to implement the EcoPass program, focusing on entities with large employers, particularly over 50, through the contract, the way we've seen it often done, and similar to what we do with the SRJC, is there's a maximum fee based on the estimated number of annual rides. So that just gives the entity kind of a ceiling for budgeting purposes. But then when it gets down to actual billing, the entities billed on a per ride basis. So, it reduces the financial risk, but also allows them to pay for only what is actually used. We want to ensure that the program is designed in a flexible manner, enough so that we can have creative partnerships in the future, allowing the program to evolve in its pilot phase, so that it's, in the end, we structure it so it really meets the community's needs. And the benefits, we reduce the cost for transit riders. We increase transit ridership, which is a little problematic during the pandemic. But we think that at this point, people aren't riding unless they really need to ride. So moving forward during this time really only provides an economic benefit to those who need access to transit. It also allows us to include new sources of operating funding, whether it's ASIC or through other partnerships in the community, and allows us to bring possibly new funding sources into transit. We can reduce transit-related expenses for participating entities. For example, costs of parking or other type of transportation benefits. We're able to reduce those costs and provide the bulk rate as well. And we're also supporting council goals for housing development and greenhouse gas emissions. Next slide, please. With direction from council, a formal EcoPass program to expand availability of this model to employers, residential developments, and other entities could be brought to future council meetings. Staff foresee use of a grant to leverage or seed participating entities and to reduce their risk while testing the value and effectiveness of this program. Next slide, please. So I'm going to shift off the EcoPass program to more of a specific part of the EcoPass program, which could be slightly different, but similar in nature. It's the Youth K through 12 Unlimited Pass pilot program. We know this has been a long-standing council interest to provide fare free transit to youth. Recent proliferation of programs like this, particularly one we've seen a lot about in the news, has been in Sacramento, where they've documented positive impacts to ridership, household budgets, and school attendance. The impact to lost revenue on an operating budget has in the past been a barrier to implementation. You know, the $275,000 annually is what we estimate the revenue from students under 12th grade has been. So it is about 13% of ridership as we've seen in the past. But we have an opportunity here. With current ridership being lower, the cost is going to be lower to implement it. As we've said earlier, the state's TDA recovery requirements have been temporarily suspended during the pandemic. And with the lower cost and pandemic changes, the TFCA grant, we had programmed the TFCA grant to serve this population, but now that we're not charging fares, there are some grants available. There's some funding available in the TFCA grant to get this type of program started. Next slide, please. So with direction from council, staff can develop an unlimited youth pass pilot program to be funded at approximately $100,000 in a one-time grant from that TFCA grant. And we would want to make sure we implemented in coordination with the local partners and including the school district. The pilot program can be an opportunity to test concepts and understand the benefits, similar to how we implemented the SRJC program, where we started as a pilot, and now we've been able to implement it successfully. The risks, that we do have some considerations in that the risk for increased ridership could lead to some social distancing challenges during the pandemic. So we are going to, once we get to the implementation phase, we'll be carefully monitoring how implementation goes. And then additionally, due to the funding limitations, the length of the pilot program is highly variable based off the ridership and the return to on-site learning at the school districts. So we can take some further question after Rachel finishes our presentation. Next slide.
All right, to wrap up, with council direction today, we have some follow-up activities potentially. We do have the Clipper Start item on today's consent calendar, as I mentioned. We are ready to begin preparing for restoration, depending on council's feedback today. And again, we're ready to continue to develop the EcoPass and Youth Unlimited Access Pass concepts, and as well as any other fare policy concepts that council would like us to consider. Next slide, please. Just to wrap up, I wanted to just touch on some of the items we'd love to hear some feedback on today, or have some direction from council. Obviously, any feedback that you have on fare restoration, on the Clipper Start program, the concepts for EcoPass and Youth Unlimited Pass. Are we missing anything? Are we missing needs or opportunities that council would like us to study or evaluate? And is there any information that council doesn't have that council would like to have us bring back when we come back with some future fare policy items? And with that, I'll turn it back to you, Mayor Schwedhelm.
Great, thank you for that presentation. Council, any questions? Mr. Rogers.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yuri and Rachel, great work. I know that you guys are working really hard to make sure that the system continues to operate and also expands our capacity as we hopefully come out of COVID soon. I think that this is great on the discount suggestions and programs. I did have two questions sort of about where we sit right now and what the future of this looks like that, Rachel, I was hoping you could answer. The first is sort of a fundamental question about with the safe social distancing guidelines that we have in place and the reduced capacity, are we currently having to turn people away? And how often does that happen on some of our routes?
Yeah, that's a great question. We are not currently doing any pass-ups. What we've been able to do so far is continue to add service when we start to see capacity issues. So we are both monitoring our automated passenger counter data, as well as the bus drivers have a code that they can call in on the radio to identify any trips where they're having a load over 10 or 12 passengers, depending on the configuration of household groups. So we've taken the approach of either dispatching additional capacity, and we've had continuous service increases. In fact, there's another one coming. We're starting to see more ridership on Saturdays. And so we're going to be stepping up service again on Saturdays to respond. So far, we've been able to get by without going to pass ups. That is something that we think is really important. That would be a last option in our book. That breaks a cardinal rule of public transit provision and is certainly of good customer service. So for now, we're good. I am very concerned about whenever schools do return to on-site learning, how we manage that capacity, to be honest. And I think we'll just have to see where the school districts go with that.
Yeah, I think that's going to be a big challenge for us. I'm just trying to figure out kind of how often we're having to make those capacity changes at the moment and what our expectation is. But I know that that's what everybody's trying to do right now. The second question that I had is for resumption of some types of fares. You mentioned some of the safety precautions that we're going to need to go through, such as the paneling for our drivers. Have there been ongoing conversations with SEIU, I think is the bargaining unit that represents the drivers, to make sure that they are at the table talking about safety for their workers and our workers and their members, particularly coming out of COVID?
Yeah, so beginning in March, we began meeting every week with SEIU. And now we've gone to about every other week, every 2 weeks, we're meeting with them to discuss operational and safety concerns and anything else related to COVID or unrelated to COVID. So we've been talking with them. And at this point, the feedback we've received is that because we are having the incidence of individuals riding who don't necessarily have a destination, the membership is interested in seeing the fare restoration occur. We've have a prototype of a barrier that we've mocked up in a couple of buses, and we've gotten feedback on it. The feedback so far looks good. So we feel that we're all moving together on the same page with how we plan for fare restoration and the safety protocols necessary.
Excellent. All right, thank you.
Okay, Mr. Sawyer, you got your hand up.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm curious, Rachel, if there are lots of programs. I mean, and I honor this effort and the energy it took to analyze the value of each one of those programs and which ones to embrace and which ones to let go. I think I'm I'd like a clarification on, it seems like some of these programs are indeed investments in people changing their habits in the future, and because they're able to ride for free, that they perhaps get used to it, and then in the future, once some of these restrictions are gone and COVID is behind us, and Lord knows ASAP, that the payoff will be when they have changed their habits and will be riding and paying ultimately. Is that a fair assumption?
Well, I think that's really up to council. I think there's a couple ways we can look at it. I think we're more coming at the staff level more from the angle of, if we pilot something like a youth fare-free program, there's been such success across the country with these programs in promoting increased transit ridership and lots of other ancillary benefits in communities that it would be great to be able to sustain a program like that. But to sustain it, we need to bring in other revenue to replace that lost farebacks revenue. So we're not, having a reduction in our ability to provide service, which would be, the wrong direction, clearly. There could be, though, however, an approach where we do short-term fare-free type implementations or discount implementations just to help the system recover and to attract ridership back. And then as the economy recovers, as people are getting back to work, people are more able to pay again. that is also a valid direction. So I think staff is approaching it more from the standpoint of how can we reduce that financial barrier to transit access from here to eternity, but we could also take the other approach, or it might depend by ridership group what we determine is the most appropriate strategy. If there's certain community goals we have around having a sustained, fare-free access, for example. So I feel like I didn't really answer your question, but I think that's part of why we're here in conversation with council, is to get some feedback around what direction the council thinks makes the most sense.
Well, and that would be, frosting on the cake if we can get people to change their habits. Clearly they will in the future, and the sooner the better. And just point blank, can we afford this?
Yeah, that's a great question. I mean, right now, as you all know from the last time I was here, we do have a very difficult financial picture right now. We can afford what we've just put on the table because, for example, in the EcoPass program, there's reimbursement from the partner entity. So we are actually getting revenue in, like we do with the SRJC. We get $150,000 a year to provide that free access to their students. In the case of the Youth Fare Free Pilot Program, we have grant funds that were programmed for activities that we cannot deliver due to the pandemic. So we have an opportunity to use these grant funds to test this concept and provide a pilot program. Beyond that, if ridership fully recovered, I do not have a revenue source to continue the Youth Fare Free program in perpetuity at this point in time. But there is something to be said for taking the opportunity we have as a COVID recovery strategy to help the community gets back on its feet. And then also demonstrate, does this program have value? Is this something that we can get some additional participation in? The other thing that I will say that is an opportunity is in the Go Sonoma Act that's currently on the ballot for this November. There is funding available, identified within the expenditure plan for these types of programs. So in a situation where we're able to start these types of programs with the revenue we have because of the opportunities we have today, there may be funding coming from that reauthorized Measure M to continue those programs in the future, and actually continue them in a uniform way among the transit operators in the county, which would be an even bigger benefit. So that's a long answer. So I think what we put on the table today, we can afford, but then after a period of time, we do need to leverage some other resources.
Well, it's a long answer, but it's a comprehensive one, and I appreciate it. And finally, with the no destination riders, is the fare restoration, is that your tool? Is that, I wonder, how do you, other than the fare restoration, how does one deal with that, especially when schools, I know your concern is when, one of your concerns is when schools start to be, students start to get on the buses, that depending on the frequency of the no destination riders, that could be I can see why it is concerning to you. But are there other tools, or is it really just fare restoration that could potentially reduce that unfortunate use?
I think fare restoration is probably the most effective strategy for just ensuring that the folks on the bus are truly traveling from point A to point B. Right now what we do is we ask people, we try to be courteous and polite and considerate of someone's specific situation. But if an operator does see someone who's just riding around in loops, they could ask them what is their destination and explain to them, we need to make this capacity available for someone who needs to get, to work, or to the grocery store, or wherever. But it's that can be a difficult interaction and isn't always effective. So I do think that, and I will say this, it is a bit awkward because in normal times and non-pandemic times, that's not such a big deal. Right. The bus can be a place to go, to get out of the heat, to get out of the cold, and it's all right, as long as we've got capacity for other riders. It's strictly because of this pandemic social distancing requirement, this is a big deal. And so it definitely puts the fare policy the fare restoration front and center is probably the most effective strategy to ensure we have capacity for people who really need to travel.
Well, I appreciate that, and thank you to the drivers for involving themselves in what I'm sure is at times an uncomfortable exchange.
All right, Mr. Dowd, you had your hand up?
From the presentation that Rachel just gave, I think it's been put in a very good place. And the reasons I say that is that it appears that the roadmap here is to be consistent across with the other, especially Petaluma and Sonoma County Transit. Also watching that it's affordable by means of rare fare payments, as well as any other programs that are available to help fund it. And then you have mentioned, and it's absolutely totally important, that you remain very flexible as we go through this program and make adjustments as necessary to it, and where it needs council endorsement, then please bring it back to us. But I think you've got the makings of a good program that I would hope the council as at large will support. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Fleming, you have a question?
Indeed. I just wanted to start out by saying thank you so much to the team for doing everything that you're doing. And I'm sure it's this, I don't think I've made any secret about it before, that, you know, if it were non-COVID times and revenues were available, I'm very interested in seeing how we can make fares, you know, a thing of the past. One of the questions, I have two questions. One of the questions I have is primarily around the match, and what types of other revenues are qualifying to help us meet that 20% match, so that when we start envisioning future ways of turning pilots into programs, permanent programs, we make sure that we either lobby to change that match requirement, or that we come up with ways that we can meet it.
Sure. So under the TDA statute, anything that's locally generated can be counted towards fare box revenue. So it doesn't, as I mentioned earlier, doesn't have to come in as cash in the fare box. So Measure M can count if there was additional funding available through the Go Sonoma Act for fare-free service or discounted service. That could be counted. We count the general fund that goes to the Veterans Program as local fare revenue. Anything that we receive, you know, from an EcoPass partner like the JC counts as fare revenue. So really, it's pretty wide open. As long as it's not state funding, it can be counted, and it's locally generated.
So it's a local match. It's not so much a fare box, necessarily just a fare box.
Yeah, it basically means they want to see that you're locally generating 20% of your operating budget, essentially. So they say they take, what's your operating cost? Take 20% of that. They want to see that coming from you locally.
So I'm not.
That's an easier way to state it.
That we should do this, but in theory, just humor me here. If the city of Santa Rosa were to say we will pay that 20% out of our general fund, that would be, then we could make ridership effectively no cost to our riders.
Well, we could meet the fare box recovery ratio, but to fully, you know, we take in $1.5 million a year in fares. So I guess I see what you're getting at there. The other issue, though, with completely fare-free service, and this is the tricky part, is when paratransit becomes fare-free. The experience around the country has been that there is a large increase in demand. And so there is an additional operating cost that's kind of on top of that, that ends up increasing the paratransit budget. So
yeah, and there's the thing that we go for that today. I'm just trying to make sure that I understand some of the policy implications, and you're doing a very good job of explaining sort of from the outset of what some of those challenges and pitfalls could be from implementing that. One of the other questions I have, and I brought it up before with your last presentation around the K-12, would it be a requirement that someone be a student to access the K-12 program?
So that's a good question. Typically, these types of programs are implemented in conjunction with school districts where, you know, especially high school students who could cross the line between adult and youth would show a student ID with a sticker, and that would be an easy way for the bus driver to recognize them as eligible for the program. I don't think they would have to be a student per se if there was someone who, you know, we needed to bring into the program in a different way, and they were youth, and it's a youth program. Those are all the details, I think, in program development. So if there's a specific concern that you have about a population.
Concerns, yeah. You asked for feedback around around the potential missed opportunities, and what, you know, it's on both the tails of the youth. One would be that, you know, kindergarten is not mandatory in California.
Mm-hmm.
So you can have a bunch of 5 or young 6-year-olds who would not be students. And they tend to be the most vulnerable amongst our residents. And then again, most vulnerable would be like high school dropouts and students who are, you know, foster youth and other children, you know, in their high school years who are having a hard time, who also may not be in school for one reason or another. Sure. So I would just be, you know, curious to know how we can make sure that essentially when you do the K through 12, I think the intention is to, I know we have 0 to 4 is free, fare free, that, you know, that we would make sure that essentially 0 to 18 is fare free.
Yeah, thank you for that feedback.
Of course, thank you so much for everything.
Mr. Tibbetts, I saw you had your hand up earlier. Did you have a question, or has it been?
No, it was answered. Thank you, Tom.
Okay, great. Any other questions from council? I've got a couple, Rachel. Thank you again. I'm always impressed with your presentations. You and Yuri do a fabulous job of explaining the transit operations. So we talked about the TDA. Do you know of any movement to maybe change that 20% in Sacramento?
Yes. Prior to the pandemic, there was a task force and an effort that the legislature put into motion to reevaluate the TDA fare box recovery out of recognition that it was actually standing in the way of transit agencies doing these types of fare-free and discounted programs. And there's been a very strong interest in the state legislature in looking at fare-free programs and additional discount programs to promote transit ridership. So that conversation was interrupted by the pandemic, but I do expect that that will be restarted, and especially in light of the pandemic and potentially the multi-year recovery from the pandemic, that there could be a change in that requirement that allows us more flexibility.
Great. And I would just ask if there's something that council can do to support those efforts when they're coming up, please don't hesitate to ask. And then can you refresh our memories, when we eliminated the fares, what was the reasoning behind eliminating the fares? So
there was guidance that was issued by the CDC and specific to public transit, and that's been sort of echoed by CalOSHA and California Department of Public Health guidance that specifically recommended rear door boarding and eliminating that interaction at the front of the bus with people boarding and queuing up in close proximity to the driver, and frankly in close proximity to each other. That guidance still stands, but the guidance has begun to evolve to point out, you know, if you can create a barrier and you can create a program where you aren't having the driver, you know, 2 feet away or 1 foot away from a constant stream of people all day because you have a plexiglass or vinyl barrier, that it would then be safe and permissible to restore fares. So I think it reflects kind of an evolution of the guidance. And of course, when this guidance came out, we didn't have a barrier. We didn't, you know, there was no immediate way to respond. And the guidance at that point was more to get people in the rear door.
Great. That's very helpful, because I know that's something that you'll want at the end of this item about, you know, fare restoration. And for me, you know, January 1 is very subjective regarding the shelter in place. I don't think we have a specific date. When are we going to be out of this? So thank you for clarifying that. And then regarding the eco passes, could outside groups fund other groups? In other words, we have a lot of, I'll just use climate action groups that you guys do A, B, and C. Well, if you want to partner with us, why don't you take, you know, whether it be a residential group and any other group, and actually fund the bus passes for them? Would that be something that the city could enable if someone else was funding a specific group that they were so inclined to do so?
Absolutely. And I think that's why Yuri mentioned, you know, having flexibility in the program designed to enable any kind of creative partnership that would accomplish the same goal, however it was structured. So definitely.
And that'd be the same way for the youth-led ones. So if, you know, PTA or different, you know, school-related group may be able to do that as they see fit.
Yes.
Is there any, does transit have any marketing dollars so that they could actually share with the community? Here's some option. You want to help in a variety of different, groups. Here's one way to help. Do we have that opportunity or that resource available to us?
Sure, and I think that this is really good feedback because I think as we further develop the EcoPass concept with council's direction, I think that's something that we would build in. I mean, obviously we would have marketing materials to provide to, a residential developer who is interested in a residential EcoPass. But I think to also have some marketing that's focused on, is there a goal that you'd like to see achieved in our community and you're willing to participate financially in that happening? Yeah, for sure. We can definitely build that into the program. I think that's a great suggestion.
I just think it's a great opportunity, especially those want to, get cars off the road. So maybe not so much at the high school level, but you want to do a residential area or someone else who may not have the opportunity to do it, that could help. So, all right, council, any additional questions? Seeing none. We're now taking public comment on item 3.1, city bus fare policy options. If you wish to make a comment via Zoom, please raise your hand. If you're dialing in via telephone, please dial *9 to raise your hand. Madam Zoom host, would you facilitate public comment on item 3.1?
Thank you, Mayor. Will do. As the mayor said, now is the time for public comment on item 3.1. Dial *9 to participate via phone. And raise your hand now via Zoom to participate. There is a timer on the screen, and if you're participating by phone and making a public comment, there will be an audio indicator at the end of your comment period. Okay, Mayor, I don't see any hands being raised for live public comments. Are you okay if we move on to voice message public comments?
Absolutely, thank you.
Study session item 3.1, Dwayne DeWitt from Roseland. Regarding the city bus fare policy options, I think it is very important that there be an accurate count of people who use the bus. Big empty buses are going all over the city because obviously the approach is it's emergency lifeline. After COVID, it needs to be seen whether or not people use the bus. For many, many years, I've been a passenger that uses the bus and find that the service is definitely underutilized. Only a few routes have more than a few people on the bus at any given time. It's time to have an accurate reflection of how this bus system works really, not what bureaucrats want you to believe, not some idea of what an ideal situation is, the reality of who uses the bus, when and why, and if you might be able to use smaller buses, electric paratransit buses perhaps, instead of these large lumbering buses that tear up our roadways. It's good that you've kept free service for veterans, but very few veterans are riding the buses right now. Bicyclists, some are still on there, but I think you definitely are in a no-win situation with transit service in Santa Rosa for the foreseeable future, perhaps well into 3 to 4 years down the road. Please reassess this entire situation of the Santa Rosa city bus service. Thank you.
Mayor, that concludes the voice message public comments. Additionally, there were no email and no e-comment public comments submitted for this item.
Great, thank you for that. Okay, we'll bring it back to council. And Rachel, what I heard you ask for feedback from council is about fare restoration, Clipper Start Low Income Discount Program, the EcoPass program, and Youth Unlimited Access Pass Pilot Program. Was there any additional feedback outside of those 4 bullet points you wanted from council?
I think just additionally, as Vice Mayor Fleming mentioned, is there anything missing? Is there anything we haven't discussed today that that council sees as a need in the community in terms of fare policy that we should be looking at?
Great, thank you. Okay, I'll start. Mr. Oliveras, you're my upper left box.
I'm all good. I'm all in.
Okay, Mr. Tibbetts.
First of all, thank you. I'm glad to see that we're actually exploring these pilot programs. I feel like 3 years ago, we weren't being as ambitious as we could be, and we implemented the Veterans Fare Free program during our budget hearing, and it turned out, at least as of our report a year ago, a pretty good program that helped us recover those TDA numbers. So I'm really glad that you're going in the direction of K through 12. I know that was a request by the North Bay Organizing Project and a lot of low-income family advocates. So I'm really supportive of that. I am supportive of fare restoration. I think your idea of doing it in concert to the best of your ability with Sonoma County Transit and Petaluma Transit is a good strategy. I support that. I do want to say I really support also working with entities to provide bus passes, whether it's a homeless service agency, but definitely affordable housing. In fact, I think I was talking with MidPen not long ago about their upcoming project. And, you know, one of those concessions with affordable housing is frequently reduced parking, but that can kind of come with its own set of consequences. And there's a great way to mitigate that by ensuring that those affordable housing developers are providing bus passes for people and in neighborhoods with tight parking. So all for that. And I appreciate that you're looking into the AHSC grants as well. So great stuff. Happy to support you.
Mr. Dowd.
I'm all in. Looks like it's going well. And as I said earlier, just remains some flexibility as things change so that we can stay on top of it as it progresses.
Great. Mr. Sawyer.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, Rachel, you and your team do an outstanding job of being creative and looking for all the opportunities you can in a very challenging environment. So on all 4 of your bullet points, go for it. The fare restoration, I'll totally depend on you to make a decision as to when that should be happening and how to do it, whether it's phased or it's up to you. You guys are the experts, and I trust you.
Great. Mr. Rogers.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And Rachel, you got a thumbs up from me on all of this as well. As I mentioned, I am interested in getting some periodic updates on what the ridership is looking like. I know we have a plan that we walked through last time on capacity restoration for the foreseeable future through COVID and then through the 21-22 budget year. And I think that if we start to see those numbers tick up sooner rather than later, we can adjust that plan and figure out how to make sure that we have the adequate routes. Then obviously, and we'll continue to talk about this as we move forward, better coordination between the 3 transit operators is going to be key, and we've got a lot more to come on that front.
Great. Vice Mayor Fleming.
Yep. Basically what they all said, with special emphasis on what Councilmember Tibbet said around bringing in other entities, especially around affordable housing or any type of housing where we're new housing developments, multifamily units, especially even in our downtown, where we can add that to the incentives for people to want to live near transit.
Thank you. And yeah, for me, I'm supportive of all that you're doing. I do agree with the fee restoration. It's got to be done in concert with, you know, Sonoma County and Petaluma. I really am appreciative that you're all working together on this because I think it totally makes sense. And I'm really looking forward to those 4 electric buses that we'll be approving in the very near future. I think it's going to look great. So anything else you need from Council, Rachel or Yuri?
No, thank you. That was very helpful. So we'll plan to move forward, and you'll be seeing us come back for some action items in the near future.
Great. Thank you very much. Okay, we're going to take a 10-minute break, so we'll reconvene at 4:50. 4:50, reconvene. All right, Madam City Clerk, are you ready to roll?
Yes, I am.
Okay, we'll reconvene the October 13th Santa Rosa City Council meeting. Could we do a roll call, please?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Dowd. Councilmember Tibbetts. Councilmember Sawyer.
Here.
Councilmember Rogers.
Here.
Councilmember Oliveras.
Here.
Vice Mayor Fleming.
Here.
Councilmember Dowd, have you joined us?
Yes, I have.
Councilmember Tibbetts, have you joined us? Mayor Schwedhelm?
Here.
Okay, let the record show that all council members are present with the exception of Councilmember Tibbetts.
All right, thank you for that. All right, item 5, Madam City Attorney, would you report on our closed session?
Yes, the council met on closed session item 2.1 and gave direction to the city's labor negotiators.
Thank you. We all just experienced our study session. We have no proclamations. Staff briefings. Mr. City Manager, 7.1.
Yes, 7.1. COVID response update. Kelly Kuykendall is first up to do her presentation.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor Schwedhelm and members of the council. This is Kelly Kuykendall with Housing and Community Services. I also have Dave Gwine here with Housing and Community Services, our director. We'll be doing a two-part briefing this afternoon. I'm going to cover the slide in front of you discussing our COVID-19 homeless response expenses for the period March 2020 through December 31st, 2020, and then hand it over to Dave, and he will cover our current response related to COVID-19, including the closure of the safe social distancing program at the Finley Community Center, or our strategy for ramping that program down. So jumping right into the slide here, and before I get started, I do just want to emphasize in the slide itself, these are potential funding sources. Give me one sec here. And we are doing our best to position ourselves to get reimbursement through FEMA's public assistance program, but there is no guarantee for that reimbursement. And so the city's general fund reserves is having to front these costs at this time until we're able to seek that reimbursement and hopefully successfully. I'm trying to turn my camera on, so give me just 1 second. I'm having a technical difficulty. Okay, so hopefully you can see me now. So on the first section of the slide under fiscal year 2019 through 2020, that covers the period March through June. You can see we have a number of costs here for both shelter and services. So Sandman rental, that is for the rental of the hotel rooms. And that cost for the period March through June was estimated at $880,000. Moving over into the potential funding sources columns, you'll see Home Sonoma County. We've already received $153,000 from Home Sonoma County for our initial expenses at the Sandman Hotel. And we're planning to seek FEMA reimbursement for the remainder of those costs, leaving the city general fund with the responsibility of $191,000. Just want to emphasize here that FEMA is last in. Once all other funding sources are identified, then FEMA, if the costs are deemed eligible, will reimburse for up to 75%. So that's the breakdown that you're seeing here in the slide. We have the home Sonoma County in first, then the FEMA reimbursement, and then the city general fund contribution. So the next item is the Catholic Charities NCS. NCS stands for Non-Congregate Shelter. That's our contract with Catholic Charities to operate the shelter services at the Sandman Hotel. You can see for last year, that was $266,000. Some of that was funded with the money we received from Home Sonoma County, and we're proposing FEMA reimbursement for the balance, leaving the city general fund with the remainder of $59,000. The next item is also Catholic Charities. That's the Finley Safe Social Distancing Program. The cost for that program for operations there was $176,000 for the last fiscal year. And we're proposing FEMA reimbursement for that program. Want to point out here that we're still seeking clarification from Cal OES as to whether or not that program that we stood up will be eligible for FEMA reimbursement. So for that program, the city general fund contribution is $44,000 if we're successful in getting the FEMA reimbursement. So a recap of last year, the total estimated cost was $1.3 million for the programs I just described. Like I said, $153,000 coming in and already received from Home Sonoma County, proposing about $883,000 for FEMA reimbursement, with the city's general fund contribution of $294,000. I'll move on to the next section of the slide, and that's our current fiscal year. This only covers 6 months. This is July 1st through December 31st. So the first line item, again, Sandman rental, that's directly for the hotel rooms. We're estimating that at $1,925,000. Want to point out that that includes an additional 20 rooms that we're looking to move at-risk individuals at the feeding program into starting within the next week or so. So an additional 20 rooms between mid-October and the end of December for at-risk individuals. And Dave will be talking more about our exit strategy for the Finley program in a couple minutes. On that same note, on the 27th, October 27th, we'll be bringing forward an item to council to ratify that contract with the Sandman for those hotel rooms and seeking appropriation of funding through the end of December. So for the Sandman rental, again, we're proposing about $1.4 million for FEMA reimbursement, and that would leave the city general fund with $481,000. Moving on to the next line in the spreadsheet, Catholic Charities, that's the non-congregate shelter. The estimated cost for those 6 months for those services is $614,000. We're proposing to use our CDBG, our Community Development Block Grant funding. We have 2 sources from CDBG, our existing entitlement funds and the CV funds. That's the COVID CDBG funding that HUD has approved. Now, we've been awarded these funds, and so it's just a matter of putting these into contract. We don't have to seek additional approval from HUD aside from reimbursement, but we've been approved that the funds here under the CDBG, CV, and entitlement. So for that program, we're proposing to use just the CDBG source, and then the Finley, the Safe Social Distancing Program, the estimated cost is $915,000. Proposing to use $718,000 of the CDBG that's been awarded, plus about $148,000 for FEMA, which would leave the city general fund with approximately $49,000. Okay, last line here, just about ready to wrap it up. So most of what I've covered in the slide so far has been for shelter and services. This last line item that you see, the sprung structure, is $2.6 million for the capital improvements that are actually going on right now out at Sam Jones Hall, and that's to restore our shelter bed capacity to pre-COVID-19 levels. I want to let you know the $2.6 million has already been appropriated by council. That was done in August when you approved the design build contract. So we're not seeking an additional $2.6 million on top of what you already approved. There's also some money remaining. If you recall, we replaced the roof and the HVAC system out there earlier this year. So there's some money left over from that project that will be going towards the capital expenses there and if there are funds remaining for some programming improvements. Okay, so just a subtotal for the current fiscal year, the 6 months, July through September, that's just over $6 million. We're proposing, as I said, to use about $1.3 million at the CDBG, and we'll be seeking FEMA reimbursement for about $1.5 million. The city's general fund reserve obligation would be $3.1 million. Just provide a quick summary here. So the total between March 2020 and December 2020, estimated expenses are $7.3 million. 1.3 coming from CDBG, 1.3 million coming from CDBG, 153,000 from Home Sonoma County, proposing 2.4 million through FEMA PA. And if we're successful in that bid to FEMA, then the city's general fund obligation would be $3.4 million. I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to Dave, unless Tom, you wanted, or Mayor Schwedhelm, excuse me, if you wanted to stop now, if you had any questions, or if you want Dave to provide an update on our Finley exit.
Why don't we go ahead and see if there's any questions now? Anyone have any questions over Kelly's presentation? Thank you for that, Kelly. Not seeing any. So let's go on to Mr. Gwine.
Good evening, Mayor Schwedhelm, members of the council. The second part of our briefing tonight, as Kelly mentioned, is to describe for you again and members of the public what we call our exit strategy for what we've established for the Finley Safe Social Distancing Program in light of the COVID response back in April. We messaged to the community at a community meeting that was attended by over 400 people virtually that we would be a 6-month program just to get through the initial stages of the pandemic. We want to continue that commitment. 6 months would bring us to November 15th, but we as staff have recommended that we start to transition folks from Finley to other shelter solutions in the month of October and be completed by the end of this month, October 31st. So just by way of background, currently there's roughly 51 occupants at the center. Roughly half meet the definition of the Centers for Disease Control for non-congregate shelter. That means they're over age 65 and or have underlying health issues. And so we are offering them to continue to be a non-congregate shelter by transporting them from Finley to the Sandman Hotel. And we're starting to do that this week. The remaining occupants that do not meet non-congregate shelter criteria are being offered a bed at Samuel Jones Hall beginning this week and through the end of the month, October 31st. That's roughly 27 individuals. We have the vacancy in the existing Sam Jones Hall footprint. And so that is being offered for those folks. And then after we've made the relocation, logistics, transportation, you just heard a study session on our bus system. We'll rely on that to help folks, 9 or 10 at a time. But we're going to then decommission the site. What I mean by that is remove the fencing, the portalettes, the cooling station, et cetera. And that'll occur immediately after the 31st. We didn't want to do it in the middle of the Halloween because there's other programming going on at the Finley Center. But that's the plan for this month to exit the Finley Center Safe Social Distancing Program, and happy to answer any questions.
Great, thank you for that. And just I'll share with the rest of council, Mr. Dowd and I are on the Housing Homelessness Task Force, and we've been meeting regularly, getting updates, and I'm very appreciative of the comprehensive approach to all of these programs, so thank you. Council, any questions over that portion of the presentation? Mr. Rogers.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, David and Kelly and everybody else who's been working so hard on this. You know, I think when we kicked this off, we had one of the most successful community meetings that I've seen in a really long time. There was a lot of constructive dialogue from the neighbors, as well as folks who were interested in seeing this succeed on how it would work. And I'm just wondering if there's some way for us to also, in this plan, provide follow-up to people who were in that meeting to basically not just tell them what the plan is through the next month, but also to take in their input on how they felt things went as neighbors and as residents. I'll tell you, just from talking to a number of them, many of them have expressed to me that they were pleasantly surprised by a reduction in seeing people coming and going from the area. I heard from some folks that they did not feel like they lost control of their parks, all those sorts of things. And I'd like us to be able to capture that so that we can continue to have these conversations with the public about what the realities of our programs are. And I think that it comes at a perfect time when we're talking about wrapping up the program and people are asking those questions.
Yeah, I agree, Council Member. It's important that we stay in contact with folks about all of our homeless services, affordable housing program, that they can be successful. And so to the extent we have the names of folks on that call, we'll try. We also have an article going out after this briefing today in our City Connections and other social media outlets to get the word out.
Perfect. Thank you so much. And just again, I'm just really appreciative for the two of you for all the time that you've taken to educate us and educate the public and really to see this through our first foray into this.
Any additional questions? I have two. Dave, if you can talk about, so I get with the NCS, the vulnerable population, what's the intersection with what the county is doing? Because I know they've set up sites at Redwood Alliance, Sonoma State was in there. Are we getting any assistance from the county with any of these efforts?
So the county set up the Redwood Alliance as opportunities for non-congregate shelter. They also have the Best Western up in Hillsburg. We have a request in to see if they could accommodate these 24 roughly vulnerable individuals. We have not heard back yet, but we are continuing to reach out to the county on that matter.
Great, thank you. And then one thing too that I know the two of your work and others in the community, we are still housing people. And I think some of the strides that we made with having a housing focused in spite of the pandemic, we're still a housing focused shelter. Do you guys have any numbers about how has this year been compared to other years of actually housing people, our ultimate goal?
Yeah, Kelly gathered up some information anticipating that question, so I'll turn it back to Kelly to let the council know what we've been doing on housing first.
It's a great question, Mayor Schwedhelm. So for the current year, fiscal year 2021, I don't have any data yet. I should have the Q1 reports this week for July, August, and September, but I do have data for last year for 1920. So for city-sponsored homeless service programs, those programs housed 359 individuals. And I looked back at the prior year for 1819, and we did 304 in 1819. And so despite having a pandemic starting in March, the programs that we're funding are continuing to house more individuals.
Great, thank you. And I would like to think that I would know this, but do you have any idea when the official point in time count will be released? Because again, that's, I think, a great data point to see what investments have been effective and what haven't, and where do we need to focus in next year. Do you guys, either of you have an update as to the publication of that document?
I don't.
Yeah, I was going to say we don't have an update on that, but sounds like you don't either, Kelly.
Okay, all right, thanks. Mr. Rogers, you have a question?
Yeah, no good deed goes unpunished. I appreciate those numbers there for moving folks into permanent placement. Because I always get asked, do we track how long people stay in permanent placement? So for example, in 1920, the 359, is that folks who stayed in permanent placement for an entire year?
That's an excellent question, and we do track it, but that would require looking at HMIS. And so usually we look at it at 6 months, 12 months, and 2 years. And so this was at year end for those programs, people that went into housing. We'd have to look forward then to see, the retention rate. And that's something I'd have to check into the county with, because they manage our homeless management information system, also known as HMIS.
Yeah, and if you could just circulate that to council members, I think that'd be really helpful. because there are two different metrics here. There's getting folks into these permanent placements, but then there's also getting folks stable in them and keeping them in them. So I'd be interested to hear that second data point as well.
Okay, any other questions or comments? All righty, thank you both for that presentation. Ms. McGlynn, do we have a presentation for 7.2?
We do not.
Okay, then we're not taking public comments on item 7, staff briefings. If you wish to make a comment via Zoom, please raise your hand. If you're dialing in via telephone, please dial *9 to raise your hand. Madam Zoom host, would you facilitate public comment on item 7?
Thank you, Mayor. Will do. As the Mayor just stated, we are now taking public comment on item 7, staff briefings. Timer will appear before you. Pardon me, and my mouth. There we go. The timer is up on the screen to raise your hand via Zoom. While participating via telephone, dial *9. First public comment will be from Eric. Eric, I've enabled your speaking permissions. Can you please unmute your microphone and confirm you can see the timer on your screen?
Yes, thank you very much.
Thank you. Please identify yourself for public record if you so choose, and your time begins now.
Thank you. This is Eric Frazier in the Greater Cherry Street area. Good day to you, Mayor Schwedhelm and the rest of the council. On this item, I wanted to just raise a couple of issues here. It seems like there's a difference between the way that the county and the city manages their individual cases. And so I find that sort of interesting. And so I definitely would like to see more qualitative reporting on results and see if it can line up with the same type of reporting that the county would do. It concerns me, for instance, when the question was asked in the council discussion about other things that are going on, that there's some significant things missing from the conversation. One was the Astro, which I think is under county management. I don't know for sure, but I think that's the case. And that was our research when we're looking at the Azura project. And that Azura project, as you know, has received funding from the state and is likely to move forward. And so both of those projects represent, I think, something different than the way that the city handles, again, the problem of transition housing. And so those differences, I think, really need to be explained. The other item that is important, surely you realize that the Chenate Road property today was sold by the county for just a little under $8 million for those 70 acres. And when this was happening, I couldn't help but think that there was an opportunity perhaps missed to dovetail the development over there with some of these additional housing services that we need. I know that whatever is developed there is going to come up in front of the city, but $8 million sounds like a lot of money for that property. And certainly there's a lot of liability and maintenance and security on that property, but it is something like 70 acres, I believe. And it has a historic use as being in service to the community. And so I just hope there wasn't an opportunity that rushed by for us to more effectively leverage both our relationship with the county as well as that asset. Thank you very much. I appreciate your time today.
Thank you. Okay, I am not seeing any additional hands raised, Mayor. Are you okay if we move along to voice message public comments?
Yes, I am.
Thank you.
Item 7.1 and 7.2, staff briefings. Dwayne DeWitt from Roseland, respiratory care practitioner, very concerned that the COVID-19 response is missing a super spreader site at Roseland Village Shopping Center, where the city approved an outdoor large gathering site for what they call the Matote Market. Unfortunately, Many people go there without observing social distancing, without abiding by using masks, and that Roseland area has the highest amount of people of color getting COVID and a higher percentage of COVID cases than other parts of the city. The city needs to step up and take enforcement seriously. And perhaps what might also help is if you folks did your community empowerment by having people go out there and offer COVID testing, have people go out there and offer counseling to people as to why they should be following the guidelines for COVID. If you're really going to do a community empowerment program, start it there, start it now, because the one that I've read about looks to be more show than go, more talk than reality. You folks could step it up and make it real and get community empowerment starting in Roseland by working to help those people who visit the Roseland Village Tote Market from getting COVID. That's where we'll really see the rubber meet the road and you folks walk your talk. Otherwise, this whole thing just seems to be non-productive is the best term we'll use. Thank you kindly for your time.
That concludes the voice message public comments, Mayor, and there were no email or e-comment public comments submitted for this item.
Great, thank you for that. All right, item 8, Mr. City Manager, do you have a report for us this evening?
Yes, I do. The public input process to help council prioritize investment of the city's PG&E settlement funds is back on track following postponement of scheduled input opportunities due to the glass fire, evacuation, and power outages. The virtual community meeting for fire survivors of the Fountain Grove, Hidden Valley, Montecito, and Oakmont neighborhood areas has been rescheduled to Wednesday, October 21st from 5:30 to 6:30 p.m. The virtual community meeting open to all Santa Rosa community members has been rescheduled to Thursday, October 22nd from 5:30 to 7 p.m. Additionally, the deadline to complete the online survey regarding the settlement funds has been extended through Sunday, October 25th. Once the community input process is completed, city staff will compile the information and share it as a report for council members where it will be considered at 2 upcoming public meetings. The city's long-term financial policy and audit subcommittee members will review the community's input on November 12th, and the full council will have a comprehensive discussion and consider all public input received to date at a study session during the November 17th council meeting. Community members are encouraged to participate in the process to help council prioritize the city's $95 million allocation of PG&E settlement funds. More information, including links to the online survey and details to participate in the virtual community meetings, is available at srcity.org/2017 fires settlement. And that completes my report.
Great, thank you for that update. Council, any questions of the city manager? Seeing none, Madam City Attorney, do you have a report for us this evening?
I do not. No, nothing to report this evening.
Okay. Madam Host, would you facilitate public comment on item 8?
Mayor? Now is the time on the agenda where we're hearing public comment on item 8, City Attorney and City Manager report. To participate, you can raise your hand via Zoom. If you're dialing in by telephone, please dial *9 to raise your hand. As you can see, there is a countdown timer before you on the Zoom meeting. If you are participating via telephone, there will be an audio indicator at the end of your public comment period if you use the entire time. All right, Mayor, there are no hands being raised for item 8, City Manager, City Attorney report.
Great, thank you for that.
Thank you.
We'll take one more item before we go to our public hearing. Are there any statements of abstention by council members? Seeing none? Okay, then why don't we jump to item 15.1, our public hearing. Mr. McGlynn, could you introduce that item?
Yes, I can. Item 15.1, public hearing, downtown station area specific plan and final subsequent environmental impact reports. Let me introduce Bill Rose, Interim Deputy Director of Planning, to kick off the presentation.
Thank you, Mr. McGlynn, and thank you, Mr. Mayor and members of the council. It's with great pleasure that we are presenting to you tonight the Downtown Station Area Specific Plan update. Tonight is the culmination of a number of months of work with a number of different, what I like to refer to as team members, and I'm going to get into that in just a second. And we truly hope that it meets your satisfaction. I'm going to take a few minutes to go over just kind of an overall context of the plan and what we've been working on. And then I'd like to describe the format for tonight's presentation and then make some introductions, both staff and consultants that are present tonight. So as I indicated, I wanted to, and by doing so, I think you can see how diverse the team was, how large it was, and because of that diversity and the scale of it, that's what made this plan what it is. There were a number of input sources. We were fortunate to have participation from a number of different individuals and entities, and I truly think the plan is better for it. So first off, I would like to acknowledge the City Council. The City Council at the outset was very clear. This was to be a housing plan. It was to encourage housing. It was to be a catalytic plan. It was not to turn its back on all of the other components that make up our downtown, the commercial interests, the historic buildings and neighborhoods, arts, culture, and we think that's what it did. So thank you for being very clear. Also, thank you for being allowing staff to be creative and bold. I think that's a tenet that we try to keep in our minds during the whole process, was to not be afraid to not be risky, but take some calculated risks and fully analyze those. So it really started with you. I also want to acknowledge the city's executive leadership team, the city manager, the city attorney's office, the assistant city managers that participated. Like the council, that team created an environment that inspired creativity. It allowed staff to truly do its work. That team also maintained a sense of urgency. We know how important this is, and so that was monitored frequently. And that team was also patient with us too, because this is a comprehensive plan and it did take some time. So we greatly appreciate that. I want to also talk about the staff. And when I started to write this out, I thought, well, I'll acknowledge all the staff members involved, but then that clearly would be way too long of a list. So then I thought I would highlight the staff that wasn't involved, and there really weren't. So the council should know that really this was a city effort. Nearly every department participated in some capacity. These are our technical experts. They took a vision and tested it to make sure it could actually be implemented. And so we're very grateful for that. And like I said, it's planning and building and fire and engineering, and the list really goes on. Transportation, public works, etc. I would be remiss if I didn't mention our volunteer boards and commissions. We were able to present to those different entities and take their feedback. They are our citizens that give their time, their expertise, and the plan really is better for their input. So we definitely are acknowledging and grateful for that. And then lastly, certainly not least, maybe I saved the best for last, is the citizen input. So at the outset and continually throughout, we wanted to make sure this was an engaged program, that we reached out to the citizens, we asked for their input, we made sure they were heard. And sometimes, you know, when you do an effort like this, that's your goal, but you don't always get the participation. You don't get it for a variety of reasons. Sometimes people just don't have the particular interest, it's not necessarily well publicized, or you have intervening life events, which we certainly had a number of. But we actually did get participation, and it was invaluable. It included property owners, it included developers, it included business owners, neighborhood groups, and the list goes on and on. So we really feel that at the end of the day, this plan has been reviewed, it's been analyzed, it's been tested by a number of different entities throughout the city. And we really think that that input makes the plan what it is, and we're quite proud of it. So for the presentation tonight, what I would like to do is I'm going to turn it over in just a moment to Amy Lyle, Supervising Planner, and she's going to go through kind of a more detailed step-by-step analysis of the plan. We also have a number of staff available, so I'm just going to go through the list, and it also includes consultants as well. So first off, from the city, we have, obviously, I'm available for questions. Claire Hartman, our Assistant City Manager, is with us. Amy, as I mentioned, will be doing the bulk of the presentation. We have Emily Ander from Parks, Yuri Coslin from Transit, Colin Close from Water, Nancy Adams and Rob Sprinkle from Transportation and Public Works, Raisa De La Rosa, Andrew Triple, and Amy Nicholson, all from Planning and Economic Development. And we're also joined tonight by our consultant team, Diet and Baccia. We have Andrew Hill as the primary project manager, as well as Allison Moore. And then from W-Trans Traffic Engineering, we have Zach Matley. From Page and Turnbull, Christina Dekas. And then lastly, from BKF Engineering, Greg Jennings. So all of those staff will be available if you have any questions. So with that, I'd like to turn it over to Amy Lyle, and she will go through kind of the more specific details of the plan.
Mr. Rosa, Amy, if I could ask just if you could stop on slide 31 for questions from council. So we'll let you do the whole presentation, stop at slide 31, we'll do questions, then ask, then finish the presentation for another round of questions from council. I just think that's about the only logical split that I can see, because we're about to receive a tremendous amount of information, but if you could stop there at 31, I think it'd be great.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Bill. Good evening, Mayor Schwedhelm and members of the council. There is a kind of a natural break point. I agree right there, so I'll stop there and ask there's clarifying questions. And so I will be walking you through the major highlights of the plan, but at any time we can go a little bit deeper as necessary. So and next slide, please, Dina. So our goal tonight is to really provide you with the information necessary to officially adopt the specific plan and to certify the environmental impact report. And I also wanted to note that based on your action tonight, we are also drafting and implementing zoning ordinance and some updates to our design guidelines. So those will be moving through the process and will be coming to your council next month on November 17th. And then in addition to the staff report package, there was some late correspondence, and I'm going to address that during the presentation. And that was, there were a couple sets of emails to you this afternoon about that. All right, next slide, please. So I want to take you on a little bit of a journey on where we've been. This has been about an 18-month process, which is a pretty fast process for a specific plan, especially of this magnitude. But this is an update to an existing 2007 specific plan. And it really started with a deep dive on the issues and opportunities to really define what the goal was and to look at alternatives for circulation and for land use. So we've had, as Bill noted, very successful outreach and feedback throughout the plan. And really, since we've last talked to you in December 2019, all of our outreach has been virtual, and we have still had a lot of success with really reaching quite a number of people in our community. So as far as what kind of community engagement we did work through, we did a variety of different mediums, including stakeholder interviews, working with some of the more prominent developers, lots of property owners. We've had meetings with nonprofits. We've had 2 community workshops with about 90 participants in person prior to the pandemic. We've also had a variety of small group meetings, citywide outreach, and then we've done online surveys with close to 400 responses each. And then since we've moved virtually, we have used more techniques in this digital age to reach more community members. So that really has meant a lot of Zoom meetings, some more surveys online, a lot of phone calls, walking tours, emails, and then we also did a monolingual meeting in Spanish to reach some of our community members that don't speak English or didn't have that comfort level. In addition to that, we do have a citizens advisory committee, and those folks in our community were really our liaisons to help get deeper into the community and help us get more feedback. And then we also have a technical advisory committee, which is really made up of a lot of the government entities that we worked on with the regulatory pieces of the plan itself. So we have listened very carefully to all those who have commented, and although not everything requested has been included in our staff recommendation tonight, we have done our best to respond to concerns, and we'll continue to work with the community on any of those oppositions that have been expressed. Next slide, please. So this is the map of our downtown station area plan, and it is slightly expanded from our 2007 plan. It includes the core area of Courthouse Square and Railroad Square, but also a lot of our preservation districts or those historic neighborhoods that we love downtown. So it was quite a diverse group of people that we've been working with, and it is about 720 acres, so it is a large area. Next slide, please. So really, when we began the outreach for this effort, we checked in with the community to see if the goals from our 2007 plan are still valid, and we heard that they are. So the new plan includes a heightened value added to this set of goals. And in the introduction section of the plan, we do have a new set of guiding principles to help with decisions as we move forward with the plan itself. And but really, this plan is an aspirational goal. It's looking at a large number of housing units coming downtown, really bold moves to increase flexibility for the development community and to really protect the historic resources that we have. So the one question that we really ask people is what's working, what's not working, and then how do we facilitate what's needed for the people who live downtown, for the development community, for the business community, so we can create this framework that will work and help us realize the vision that the community wants. Next slide, please. So to implement this plan, there were several key moves that I will walk through, but there are 6 chapters in the plan. Our consultants did a great job of making a very visual plan, very visually pleasing, and very clear on the policy approach and how it's laid out. Next slide, please. And then next slide. We'll just go ahead and jump into land use. So the land use chapter covers existing land use, the development potential, new land use designations, and then a lot on key strategies around housing and floor area ratio and things like that. So next slide, please. So this plan envisions an increase of 7,000 new housing units and a variety of different uses to really encompass this mixed use, vibrant community. And then the little map here is showing our opportunity areas in red. So those are the areas that the primary focus has been on where things are likely to change. And this is based on where existing businesses now, where the transit centers are, where the underutilized properties are, vacant properties. And so outside of those opportunity areas, the goal is to really preserve what's there. So really working on historic preservation of those existing neighborhoods. So again, the key area of change is only within these red polygons. Next slide. So the plan includes going from what was a large number of land uses to key 5 of them. So the urban core is drafted to be where the most intensity would occur. And that's really around the Courthouse Square area. and that's where the tallest buildings would be and the most intense development. The station mixed use is more visitor serving, and of course that's around the SMART station and Railroad Square, but it really looks at visitor serving and more housing to be located around that transit center. And then maker mixed use is a new type of zoning and land use that is envisioning a live-work option or more of a village feel for those neighborhoods. And then the neighborhood-oriented mixed use is really pockets of supportive retail among those existing residential neighborhoods, and then also urban parks throughout. And next slide, please. So one of the biggest key moves for this plan is moving away from our traditional height limitations and density into a floor area ratio. So this technique is really replacing our existing regulatory system by looking at maximum building, instead of maximum building height and number of units, it's allowing more flexibility and innovation through looking at the size of the property and allowing developers to work with the size of that property and identify what would work. So there's not an express limit on the size, but more looking at the mass on that specific property. Next slide, please. And then also a key component of the plan is to facilitate production of housing. And that's really to provide a range of options for people at all incomes, abilities, stages of life. This is in line with our housing plans and our housing element that are in place. So it doesn't change any of our inclusionary housing policies or percentages. But what it does is it tries to incentivize the type of housing that we want to see downtown through a variety of different ways. But we want to see smaller units that are more affordable by design, live work options, and then 3-bedroom plus to be able to accommodate more families living downtown. And next slide. So we're going to go into mobility next slide. And so the mobility chapter is really focused on the circulation network. And this plan envisions a multimodal network and with all types of transportation to be able to share our street network. And also looks at key ways to connect the east-west part of the plan area. So looking at the downtown core, Courthouse Square area, and Railroad Square through the mall. So really activating those connections that we heard from the community everyone would really like to see. Next slide. So a lot of the plan really feeds on the existing bike and pedestrian master plan that was recently adopted, and very little change to the existing framework, but it does look to increase a more safer and more comfortable pedestrian and bicycle environment. So there are a few changes to our bike and pled plan because of that reason. And another focus is looking at the Prince Memorial Greenway as a key connector and just as a really prominent piece of the planning area that, that we can improve. Next slide. And again, those east-west connections. So the plan envisions there to be transit opportunities to create circulator through the SMART station area and the transit mall and downtown core. But then also some more passive programming through the mall to create a connection for bikes, pedestrians, and more hours and more wayfinding. And then throughout the plan area, there are intersection improvements identified, as well as lighting, striping on the streets, and things of that sort as well. Next slide, please. And then another key component is parking. So we have heard that the principal barrier to construction and the high cost of construction is related to parking regulations. It's very expensive to build, and parking, we've heard, is about 10% of the overall cost of a project. And so by eliminating parking minimums, we allow that additional type of flexibility for the development community. But we also help realize a more multimodal opportunity as well and encourage people to get out of their cars. So this doesn't mean that parking would not be developed. We do anticipate projects to come forward with some amount of parking, but instead of us defining what that parking is, developers would have the ability to look at their financing or the market need to propose the amount that is appropriate. And this will also take into account as we go in this 20-year plan, we move from the single occupancy automobile to be able to circulate around the planned area more easily through other methods. We hope to see less reliance on the automobile itself. So our plan does look at people being able to park in one area of the plan area and circulate through another method to get throughout. So the park once model. In addition, one of the other things this plan envisions is utilizing our parking to help catalyze development. So the plan does put the concept out there for public-private partnerships for looking at redevelopment opportunities of our surface lots. It also looks at the opportunities for our parking garages and the surplus parking that we know is there, and being able to partner with the development community to create shared parking contracts or partnerships to help catalyze that development. That's one of the key ways that we can help encourage and incentivize housing is by offering some of that surplus parking that is within our existing garages. Next slide, please. And next slide. Thanks, Dina. So next is our urban design chapter. And so the urban design chapter really sets the scene for the design framework and the grid that we will see our new development take place. And so it introduces additional flexibility for ground floor overlays, and in the core area also provides some freedom away from what is currently required as far as retail and other uses on the ground floor. So looking at key ways that we can really create more vitality in the type of design to really create that vibrancy we want to see. Next slide. So one of the ways we do that is through the active ground floor requirements. And our existing 2007 plan is a little bit too prescriptive, and that is what we've heard and what we've experienced. So this plan looks to get out of the way and provide more options to be able to activate the ground floors. Instead of saying what kind of use needs to be there, it doesn't need to be a retail or a restaurant. Instead, we are putting guidelines out there that would encourage more public art, awnings, more of that pedestrian environment that creates safety and interest. And so more through design, less by use, to be able to activate. And then the plan identifies key areas where we want these active ground floor policies to take place. Next slide, please. So another key component to the this chapter is our historic resources. And as we really look at dense urban development in the opportunity areas, they are right adjacent to our historic neighborhoods with single family bungalows. And there needs to be a really sensitive and appropriate transition between those two. So the plan includes a transition area set of policies. And these are located in key areas of the plan where there really needs to be that softened approach to how we transition. And so there is a little table there, or figure that shows that proposed policy, but it is a combination of a setback from the street and then also a step back. So at certain heights, buildings would be required to be at an increased setback and then have a daylight plane of 45 degrees. So there's not a looming building over one of those small homes. Next slide, please. Another piece of the civic chapter is really looking at the parks and the civic spaces. And we've really been able to be creative working with our parks department on how we can envision greater public spaces with more diversity of uses and just a range of opportunity. So the plan puts together this framework, and we do have places in the plan that have been identified for new civic spaces and parks, which are very flexible. They are not prescribing certain properties develop in that way, but more in that general area, we know we would like to see a civic space. So again, this provides flexibility, and it provides an opportunity for that public-private partnership to occur. Next slide. And then with our historic resources, this was a major component of our environmental impact report and a lot of the research that we did to really make sure that we're protecting the historic resources that we have, but also that we're helping streamline those properties that do not have age-eligible structures. So the plan and the EIR identify catalyst sites, which are magenta on this little baby map, much better in the big form. But these sites are really seen to be the major sites where they're city-owned or privately owned, where they needed some streamlining. So the EIR actually did those site-specific historic surveys to help identify whether or not there were historic resources on those sites. In addition to that, the plan also identifies on that lower photo all the properties that are considered to be age eligible and that have not yet been surveyed. Luckily, we were able to obtain some grant money through Senate Bill 2, and we are already embarking on doing an historic survey for the downtown properties identified here on this map. So that will be coming forward, but this plan really sets the stage for that grant money to be used and that survey to occur to help further streamline development where we identify that there is no historic resource and to protect those sites that we identify are historic. Next slide. And next slide. So now we'll get into public services and sustainability. And these are really respecting what we already have in our general plan and some of the major components that make up the city itself and what we need downtown to help realize the development. So this chapter really looks at a lot of the environmental components and public services. Next slide. So utilities is a huge piece, and we want to make sure that our water and sewer systems are adequate to be able to accommodate the large amount of residential units and non-residential development that is projected within the plan. So we have worked closely with our Public Works Department and consultant team to identify what would need to happen and at what point over the 20-year span of the plan, when would it need to occur. Next slide. And another focus, because this is downtown and because we do have major stationary sources and highways, is looking at air quality, which is a piece of our environmental impact report, but as well, we also have policies within the plan. I think we're all thinking about air quality at the moment, but on a general basis, there are toxic air contaminants that are caused by the highway system. And so our plan takes that into account and proposes policies to really protect any sensitive receptors that would want to locate within these areas identified in the environmental impact report. Next slide. And so our last chapter here, and then I'll stop to answer any questions. Thank you, Dina. So this piece is really looking at how do we finance and implement this plan. Specific plans under California state law do require that we look at the cost and identify financing mechanisms to be able to pay for them. Next slide. So as part of that, we do look at how much development would occur and when would it occur. So the plan and implementation chapter lays out the development in 5-year increments and looks to what types of development would need to occur as far as infrastructure to facilitate that development. Next slide, please. And then the financing tools have changed quite a bit since 2007. So our new specific plan represents some of the new tools. So the federal opportunity zone tax breaks, the development of the renewal enterprise district, and other funding mechanisms that have come online. And next slide. And then we can stop there if you have questions for me at this point.
Thank you for that. And let's go to council. Any questions? Mr. Sawyer.
Thank you, Mayor. I have one at this point. Amy, first of all, great presentation. I heard nothing but great accolades from the Planning Commission about your presentation there, and I can see why. There's a lot of information to impart, and a lot has changed since the last time a plan like this was put together. I'm curious about this on slide 17, and I tried to capture the words that you used, and I believe you talked about shared parking and relationships with developers to maximize the use. And as we all know, back then, there was a lot of conversation about parking and how things are changing. And from what I read in urban studies, the movement away from the automobile is happening faster than anyone ever imagined. And so I'm curious about what it means to have these the shared parking and the relationships with developers to maximize that use. I hope that I captured your comment accurately.
Yes, you did. So one of the goals is to, one, incentivize housing development, but two, really focus on this multimodal opportunity that we have and really transform downtown into something more dense and urban, and where people have opportunities to circulate without having to get in their car. So what we know now is that our parking garages do have a surplus of parking, and that housing developers will still be looking to develop parking. And we don't want to see them having to create new surface lots or new parking garages. And so the partnership opportunities that we are putting out there is to really use some of that surplus parking, if it's in proximity of their housing project, to be able to create that partnership opportunity to utilize that surplus parking. And it's honestly one of the few incentives that we have because a lot of our development is already streamlined. And so we know the surplus parking is a finite resource, and we will be putting together some strategies on how to really utilize that finite resource, because once it's gone, it's going to be gone.
And what is your strategy to determine how much can be, let's use the word dedicated to a housing project, for instance, in any one of our garages? How do we determine what we might consider the shared piece? You know, how do you figure out the formula? What's the process? Is it by their request they need X number of spaces, and then we kind of hash it out and decide, are they actually dedicated spaces, or are they just assumptions made about the density or the actual use during the day or the evening of a particular garage?
I think it depends on the situation, but to better answer that question, I think Raisa might be best to be able to respond to that if she's on the call and can be unmuted.
Good afternoon. Could you just repeat that question, Councilmember Sawyer?
Sure. I guess I'm curious as to what strategy we will use, or what process we will use to determine what might be considered excess parking at any one time, during the day, in the evening, and in the morning. With shared parking, how do we determine how how many spaces we might be willing to, is the word dedicate? Are they being dedicated to potentially to housing developments, or are we just telling them that generally speaking, this garage is underutilized and we expect there to be this many empty spaces at certain times of the day?
Okay, so firstly, in preparing for this plan, we've been, this has been an active discussion for some time at this point. How much parking do we have? And our goal is to have an overarching strategy over time, and we knew that it would have to be phased. One, as Amy pointed out, we have a finite resource, though that resource will fluctuate as we sort of come to new transportation opportunities, or as we get more people living downtown near transit. So we have essentially a phased approach for this, and we have anticipated a phased approach to this, in that we know, Kim Nadeau, our parking manager, has excellent data on who currently is using the garages and lots, including the special agreements she has with certain businesses, for example, Hotel E, or any of the other new development opportunities that are coming up, who are using the garages, for example, as well as the lots for the daily businesses. So there's a certain capacity she has where she needs to keep vacancy available for sort of general use. And that is taken into consideration for the surplus. So we have, looking out, are in discussion and sort of strategizing around those developments that we know are coming. And then thereafter, we'll be assessing or reassessing where we are with parking for the next phase of development. So it's essentially a phased approach to a long-term strategy for our parking assets. I hope that answers your question.
It does, and it was, when Amy first mentioned less reliance on the auto, and we are being highly tested right now as far as people working at home. I think that has to do with this concept of less reliance on the automobile and people staying at home and doing their work. A lot of them are probably not going to be needing cars. And so that evolution may be happening much sooner than we expected, as urban planners are talking about right now. So I was just curious how we were going to be approaching it.
Right, and I will say that for any new development that comes in, there is a parking study that is done, and it's assessed at each point, in addition to us having an estimation moving forward just on that phase strategy.
Great, thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Tibbetts.
Thank you, Mayor. Raisa, while you're there, I wanted to follow up on the parking question, whereas I think John's prevailing concern might have been about residential impacts. Mine is focused on businesses that are there currently and businesses that enjoy parking spaces in the garage and various places. I hear what you're saying, that we would have a phased in approach, but is there a way to establish something that runs, some sort of way to codify language that runs with this plan to ensure that we are going to make sure that businesses are going to have continued access to nearby parking in the event that the current parking that they enjoy gets impacted due to a new development?
Yes, I believe Amy can actually best answer that. We do have, we did add some language to make sure that this was considered. Amy, do you want to say that?
Yeah, so, and I'm going to go through that a little more detail later in the plan in response to some comments that we've received. But one thing that we did work on with a property owner recently was some new language to really represent utilization both at daytime and nighttime. Because right now, the diagram in our plan really just talks about that daytime use and what percentage occupancy there is at a midday. And we really need to be looking at nighttime as well. So that is one of the data points that Kim and her parking team is looking at, and that we continue to monitor for the business needs of the community as well.
Okay, thanks, Amy. When you get to more detail later in the presentation, I may have more, well, I probably will have more questions, but thank you. I'll wait for it.
Okay, Mr. Rogers, question.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So Amy, I'm looking at the maximum floor area ratio map. And one of the things that I appreciate about the plan is goal number 4, which is enhancing the historic character for our neighborhoods. And obviously that's been a big conversation for this council, particularly over the last years, how we address this tension between the need for additional housing downtown with preserving our historic districts. Now, I know when I'm looking at the map, I do know that there was discussion about the northern end of Lincoln Street, which the back of those homes abut the backs of homes that are along College Avenue. And I know that the Planning Commission removed those from the new maximum floor area ratio requirements, the FARs that were there. But along B Street, there's about 12 properties there as well that are contributors to the St. Rose Historic District that we have now added in a maximum floor area ratio of 3.0, which means that if they start halfway in the back of their property, they can go to 6 stories, which then makes it a challenge, as we were talking about that looming aspect over some of the neighborhood. So given that we were finding that there was need to make this change on the front end of Lincoln Street where it abuts the historic district, why are we not proposing that B Street have that same buffer zone built into it?
That's actually in one of my later slides, but I can ask Dina to bring that up now. Let me see which slide. Slide 44. Dina, would you mind pulling that up?
And if you're going to get there, I can wait until we get there if that's easier for everybody. But it is a particular concern to me that we're adding a maximum floor area ratio to about 300 parcels in the downtown area. These 12 are the ones that are the outliers to me, because it would seem to me like they would be part of that buffer that we're talking about as they are contributors to the historic district. So I can wait until we get there if that's easier, but I definitely wanted to talk about that.
Yeah, it's no problem to go through it right now.
Okay.
This was really just a snapshot of what we talked about at the Planning Commission meeting. So just to cover that now, we did work very closely with the St. Rose neighborhood to identify their needs for the community and their concerns. And so one of the primary concerns was that transition zone from what could be very intense development and the historic district, and then where the floor area ratio policies applied. So you are right, at the top of, so in that opportunity area on College, that's up in that upper right-hand map, we did remove some of the single family homes that were along Lincoln Street from having a floor area ratio. Those properties are considered to be historic contributors and were not really appropriate for redevelopment. So the properties along College would still be eligible for development and floor area ratio and retain that floor area ratio. And to help alleviate that kind of friction, the Planning Commission recommended additions of that transition policy. So you'll see in the green circle there. So on the backside of Lincoln, those properties would have to kind of step back and layer down to the bungalows along Lincoln Street. And then also along B Street, the neighborhood was also concerned that some of those properties were also contributors. The Planning Commission recommended keeping the floor area ratio of 3 because that does match in a similar fashion what's there now. Certainly, if a developer wanted to set back to half the lot and go up to 6 stories, they could. But we also have a recommendation to include that transition area policy, so they would have to step back to the other side. So the combination of the floor area ratio allowed and that transition policy should alleviate the issues of development for right there. We know some of those properties are historic and considered to be contributors. But the maps at the specific plan level are really a little bit broader, and they don't go parcel by parcel. So those properties will still retain the same level of regulatory authority that we have through our preservation districts, through the Cultural Heritage Board process and the landmark alteration process. And so we felt comfortable with the policies in place that those properties would not be eligible for redevelopment, but we did not want to diminish the opportunities surrounding them with the policies in place that they need to maintain that design character and transition.
Yeah, I can appreciate the explanation. I do have concerns, as I know that the neighbors do, that your floor area ratio could push it up to the six stories. There's not much setback that you can have there with something that's 6 stories, given the lot sizes for many of these. I am likely going to recommend to the council that for those 12 specific parcels that are considered historic contributors, that we will be consistent on Lincoln Street and on B Street there, particularly given that this is a neighborhood that understands the Cultural Heritage Board process, understands the types of protections that we have built in place, but currently has some of the homes that fit within the historic district being demolished anyway. I'd like to give them some of that certainty rather than just pointing to what the process is and has been. And so I'll be asking my colleagues to do that on the back end of this.
Get to my right screen. Okay, any other questions of staff? I have one, Amy, before we go on. In talking with some of the developers downtown and bringing more families and businesses down there, there's going to be a need for childcare. And my question was, is childcare considered to be an active ground floor use?
So our active ground floor policies don't define what uses should be there, but more it's the design of the type of facade. So it could certainly be a ground floor use, and we would be working with the projects to make sure that they have some elements on that ground floor to create that pedestrian space, if they are in those areas where the ground floor activation is required.
To me, I was actually impressed and happy to hear developers actually thinking that far in advance. And I did see some of the designs with the opaqueness of the windows and stuff to make it fit within that, because that'd be beautiful where you could walk your kid to the childcare and work downtown, never have to get in the car. That would be wonderful. So thank you for that. Okay, Mr. Tibbetts, did you have another question, or is your hand still up there? That's it. Okay, Amy, why don't we continue on to slide 32, I think we're at.
All right, thanks so much, Dina. Next slide, please. So the plan itself does include a set of general plan amendments. And really these general plan amendments are for consistency because our existing general plan recognizes our existing 2007 specific plan. We want to ask to update it with our new land uses. So the general plan amendments in your staff report package are really a mix of text and map changes to reflect the updated specific plan. Next slide, please. And so there will be new colors infused into the general plan and just the specific plan boundaries modified. And then those new symbols reflecting the new urban parks and civic spaces. Next slide, please. And then there's some other components of the general plan that had some outdated policy language from the 2007 plan. And we wanted to update those and then also add some of the economic vitality components that are reflected in this 2007 plan as well. And then next slide, please. So the last piece of the presentation is to really go through the environmental analysis that was done for this plan. It is a little bit complex because we had an EIR completed for our existing 2007 plan. That was a full environmental impact report. And so with the new plan, we're really looking at how much change is occurring between the two plans. And that is how our environmental analysis is focused. And then also, to be more conservative, there was also a comparison to the existing baseline. So what's there now, knowing that we have not fully built out our 2007 plan, to really look at that amount of change that could occur from what's there now. So there was an initial study that was prepared as well, that was circulated the end of last year. And then we also held a public scoping meeting in January of this year. Next slide, please. And just for benefit of everyone on the meeting tonight, just wanted to clarify that the environmental impact report is really a disclosure document. It's looking at all the impacts or environmental effects that could occur from the implementation of the proposed policy. And it's not your typical project EIR because this is a 20-year plan. It's considered programmatic and allows for projects to streamline from this as they are reviewed. So if a project comes to us and they are consistent with the land use and all the components of the specific plan, they can utilize this environmental review. So it is a really key tool in state law that we are using here at the city to help streamline development that's consistent with the plan. Next slide, please. And so, as I said, we're really looking at the delta of change between the 2007 plan and what's there now. And so this really just kind of reiterates that on some of those points. Next slide. And so what the EIR has concluded is that there were only 3 areas that were found to be significant, but there were policies and mitigations incorporated and to really reduce those to less than significant impact. And so there are no significant unavoidable impacts with this plan, and there are no impacts that were found to be cumulatively considerable. And let's see, next slide, please. And so finally, I just wanted to note that we did receive one comment on the environmental impact report itself, and the final EIR, which is part of your staff report package and online, responded to that one comment letter. So we did hold a 45-day public comment period. There were quite a few presentations and discussions throughout that comment period, and we did hold a community open house. We did have a public hearing with our planning commission. And I will say that although we did have the public comment period that closed on August 31st, we did receive a late comment on the EIR on September 24th. And although we're not required to respond to the letter because it was so late, we wanted to show a good faith effort to bring everyone along with us. And so we did respond to that EIR comment as well. And that was provided to you as late correspondence today. And there was an additional comment letter provided from the same entity today, restating some of those same issues. So we have reviewed the late correspondence and the letters that were submitted with our consultant team and other members of the city. There's nothing within those letters that identify new issues or impacts that require additional analysis. So we maintain that the EIR we prepared is thorough, complete, and adequate. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. And so just to close on what we heard from the Planning Commission and what's included in their recommendation, one of the other components was really looking at the Prince Memorial Greenway in the Santa Rosa Creek area. So the project was reviewed by the Waterways Advisory Committee and Planning Commission, and we did receive a lot of comments from members of the public as well that the plan was light on policies that really could help the Prince Memorial Greenway realize its full potential. And so the plan now includes a lot of those components as far as policies and creek activation policies to help incentivize that kind of facing and eyes on the creek approach without creating too prescriptive of a system where it would be hard for developers to comply. Next slide, please. And then we've already talked through some of the concerns of the St. Rose Preservation District related to the map itself. The other concerns that they voiced were, one, a lack of park area. So the Planning Commission did recommend adding a public civic space symbol to the St. Rose area so that we can help incentivize and encourage a park of some kind being created in that area. And then the other concern was really related to homelessness services and supportive housing within proximity to the historic district. And we hear those concerns, and really our staff perspective with this plan is that this programmatic long-range plan is really not the vehicle to deal with such a unique and critical component of what's happening at this moment, and that there are other city programs that you've heard about tonight that are more nimble and more appropriate to be able to help the community and the homeless community deal with those situations. All right, and then next slide, please. So I also just wanted to note that we did receive another comment in addition to the EIR comment tonight, and it was really related to from a particular property owner, and their concerns were related to the ability to retain office use downtown and to ground floor activation policies and potential flexibility, flexibility there, and then protections for certain parking garages in the downtown core. So we have talked with them and we have offered a variety of different regulatory tools to respond to the concerns, and we'll continue to work with them on the zoning code recommendations as well. But some of those tools that we talked about is really looking at the vision of the plan itself and how important those ground floor activation policies are, and how those the parking garages are a vital component to our shared parking discussions. And we want to align on the clear goal of creating this thriving, dense urban center that really will create this cultural hub in Santa Rosa. And a lot of these key moves are part of that vision and provide maximum flexibility, not just to the development community, but to the city as well, to be really nimble in how we create that vision over this 20-year period of time. So that being said, we feel confident that we have a community-driven plan before you that includes the right mix of regulations and relaxations to really achieve the desired amount of development and projections that that we have been directed to create from your council. And as Bill said, we do have a deep bench of professionals here tonight that can also address concerns beyond my presentation. Thank you so much.
Great, thank you, Amy. I will bring it back to council. Any questions on this portion of the presentation? Mr. Dowd.
Well, I wanted to make a comment. Amy and Lyle and Bill Rose contacted me, as I'm sure they did the other council members, to see if there was any information that I wanted prior to this meeting this evening. And they sent me the downtown station area specific plan and the EIR, so I was able to kind of go through it in preparation for this meeting, and I appreciate that they sent that to me. I also, in our conversation in deciding how they would get that to me, I kind of felt that this plan, while it is very complex and very broad, it also, as I understand, Santa Rosa is still, as far as on the coastal side of California, the biggest city from San Francisco to the Oregon border. And I don't have any facts for sure that that's still true, but I know it has been true for a while. And I see what has gone through with this significant amount of work putting this together is I see a plan as to how Santa Rosa can evolve into a bigger city. So I support where it's gone. What I think is embedded in it through my research, and I'd like to have Bill or Amy comment on this, is there's enough flexibility in this specific plan. Yes, follow the environmental impact report, but as specific things come up, I think there will be the opportunity to make the necessary modifications to the general kind of concept that's presented in this.
So I hear your support of the plan. Can you tell me what your question is one more time?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
What was your question? I'm sorry.
Well, I think this is a great plan. But there'll be, as there is in any development, depending on its size and impacts, it'll be a constant work in progress, fitting within this plan's general overall concept.
Mr. Mayor, if I may, I'll respond to that. I think, Councilmember Dowd, you're right on. Development is constantly changing, trends change. We're very proud of some of the relationships we've developed over time with developers to really listen to what they say. When they invest the kind of money that they do into a project, into our downtown, they definitely do their homework, and we're interested in that. This plan is certainly intended to be flexible. It's intended to be catalytic, but planning in general is always going to evolve. And so we will look at those instances where maybe we do have to pursue an exception, and that happens in development. So the hope, though, is that the plan is comprehensive enough and it's flexible enough and it addresses the needs of this moment enough that we won't have to do that very often, but certainly it is a possibility.
Thank you, and I just wanted that to be stated because that's how I read the document as well. So thank you for your comments, Bill.
All right, Council, any additional questions from staff? Vice Mayor.
Yeah, I wanted to circle back to the parking question. You said that it had been addressed, but it sounded kind of vague. I'm just concerned that that we don't do something that's overly prescriptive that will make sense today, but won't make sense in 5 years. Can you be more detailed about what the plan is?
Yes, thank you for that. I realized I forgot to tell you what the policies were that we were proposing. But as part of the late correspondence package, we did put forward some of the policy recommendations based on the conversations we've had with the downtown property owners. And one is adding to an existing policy to really make sure that we consider the daytime and the nighttime utilization of those garages. And just so you know, the other policy that staff is recommending is related to the legal uses, and as they change or re-tenant or reoccupy, having the ability to retain the existing facade and design and use of that building. So that is the intent of the city in general, but now we're putting a policy forward to really recognize that. And as far as the parking in general, I will say that the perspective of the plan itself is flexibility, maximum flexibility. And there are a lot of policies that are really focused on redevelopment of the surface lots, not so much of the garages themselves. The garages are really seen as that vital piece to be able to utilize those shared parking agreements to really incentivize housing. So that kind of flavor is woven throughout the plan, but we do want to protect flexibility because this is a 20-year plan itself. But we want to be more thoughtful about how those as Raisa talked about, how those strategies move forward. And then how do we measure the utilization to make sure that our business community really retains the parking while it is still necessary as the plan evolves into this more multimodal urban core that we envision.
Okay, because as Councilmember Sawyer mentioned earlier, we're moving faster away from this, reliance on parking. And I know I've spoken with some developers who are eyeing garages, and while they may be necessary in the very short run, I'm concerned that, and I'm just wondering if you feel adequately satisfied that this won't be to both the issues around the facades and the parking, that they won't be overly prescriptive as we need to adapt.
Yes, so that is one thing that we wanted to make sure to move away from in this update of the plan, is to not have those prescriptive policies, and to also not describe particular properties within the plan, but really provide that kind of overarching support and regulatory framework. So,
okay. Because here in this situation, we want to support our existing businesses without, hindering our development and business community moving forward. So thank you for your thoughtful approach.
All right, council, any additional questions? Seeing none, I'm then going to open up the public hearing, and we're now taking public comment on item 15.1. If you wish to make a comment via Zoom, please raise your hand. If you're dialing in via telephone, please dial *9 to raise your hand. You'll have 3 minutes. Madam Host, will you facilitate public comment on item 15.1?
Thank you, Mayor. Will do. A countdown timer will appear before you and for the convenience of the speakers and the viewers. The first speaker will be acknowledged and invited to speak when the countdown begins. Please make sure to unmute your microphone when you're invited to do so. Your microphone will be muted at the end of the countdown. The first public comment will be from Eric, followed by Peter. Eric, I've enabled your speaking permissions. Can you please unmute your microphone?
Thank you very much.
Can you see the timer on your screen?
Yes, I do. Thank you.
Thank you. Please identify yourself for public record, and your time begins now.
Thank you. This is Eric Frazier again with the Greater Cherry Street Neighbors. So thank you again for the City Council for taking my comments. I also appreciate the work of Ms. Lyle and Mr. Rose, as well as the rest of their team and the community overall. I felt that the input and comments were very informative to this process. I do have to ask, however, what was accomplished in the last plan? Was there actually a report that sort of finalizes the last plan? If so, I sort of missed it, but I'd like to know what we accomplished in the last plan and, and why we accomplished what we did or why we didn't accomplish the things that we intended. My other comments are concerning the east-west corridor. You know, it's funny that there's that 5th Street that cuts right through the mall that nobody really talks about, but that is an easy way to cut through that property and needs very few improvements. We just need to get some sidewalks through there, beautify that area, and there we go. I'm also very concerned about this discussion about parking. You know, I'm sorry, but I don't agree with Councilmember Sawyer's comments that parking or automobiles are becoming less important in the lives of people. If COVID has taught us anything, it is that we cherish our personal space. And certainly recently we see an uptick in automobile and truck sales. And so therefore it doesn't really make sense to me that we're designing for something that really is not present in our reality. And that's what these plans so often become, is more of a fallacy or more of a fairy tale or a fortune cookie. And that I find to be sort of a waste of time. Also then, of course, I do support the opinion or the information from Natalie Belfour about the street level uses of structures. but also preserving the parking structures as public property so that they're not reclaimed by development. And what is your ill-fated track to eliminate parking? Now, the parking issue is such that because we have such an excess amount of parking, we obviously need fixes now to change that policy so that we're not chasing people to the neighborhoods when there's surges of parking or for people that are trying to avoid the cost. I do appreciate that you're incorporating historic resources. In my last 20 seconds, I do want to say, has there been any conversations with major employers in the Bay Area? And if so, what do they want to see if they have employees that are willing to telecommute from Santa Rosa with their cars so that they have the ability to go to our beautiful coast and around? Thank you. I appreciate the time.
Thank you, Eric. The next public comment will be from Greg, followed by Richard. Pardon me, the next public comment will be from Peter, followed by Greg. Peter, I've enabled your speaking permissions. Can you please unmute your microphone and confirm you can see the timer on your screen?
I can see the timer.
Thank you. Please identify yourself for public record if you so choose, and your time begins now.
My name is Peter Rumble. I'm the CEO of the Santa Rosa Metro Chamber of Commerce. And I want to start with deep gratitude to the city staff. They were immensely helpful and welcoming of input through this entire process, which has, to no fault of their own, to natural disasters and the like, taken quite a long time. But they have made time for multiple formal presentations to the chamber, as well as making time for one-on-one conversations with stakeholders to better understand the plan and to provide input and ideas. And I know they've done extensive community outreach as well that we've heard very positive things about. I think looking back, without blame, it is generally accepted that our existing plan, downtown plan, has not only failed to achieve its goals, but was actually one of the major reasons for not achieving those goals. And to move forward toward a future where housing and economic development can take critical steps forward to a vision that we all desire and that has been so overwhelmingly expressed by our community, we need this plan. Councilmember Dowd's observations about the size of Santa Rosa is true. The city is one of the largest in the Bay Area, and the last data that I saw, 26th in the state. What's more, I recently took a trip through Oregon and Washington, and I can say that many of the towns that I drove through, many of which were a fraction of our size, are more smartly and densely developed than our home city of Santa Rosa. Now, I know we won't have thousands of units overnight with this plan. We might not even see that level in a couple of years, but for sure, we will never see that level of development without this plan. And so this plan is one of the most significant steps forward that we can take to build the future that we want, the future that our large employers want, to the previous comment, that they have stated that they want, that young families have said that they want, and that can provide the resources that benefit the city as a whole. So I thank you very much for what I hope will be your unanimous support in moving the plan forward, with, of course, your thoughtful comments as already expressed and question of staff. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Peter. The next public comment will be from Greg, followed by Richard. Greg, I've unmuted your microphone. Can you please confirm you can see the timer on your screen and you are able to speak during the meeting?
I see the time and I'm able to speak.
Terrific. Please identify yourself for public record if you choose, and your time begins now.
Okay. Greg Parker. I'm in the St. Rose Historic District, and I want to give you a little bit of history right off the bat. There are currently 8 preservation districts in Santa Rosa, and in around 1988, City Council passed a preservation ordinance, and soon thereafter, the first historic district in Santa Rosa was formed, and that is the St. Rose Historic District. There's one word that exemplifies what my fellow neighbors are going to be talking about today, I believe, and that's preservation. This is a historic preservation district. That means something to us. I purchased property here 27 years ago. I realized there was an extra burden placed on me to live here because of the historic nature of the district. I would be constrained in what I could do to the building. I had to make it, I'm a contributor. My building is a contributor. I had to maintain its character. There's extra fees, permits, things required. But the benefit far outweighed the burden in that I presume this designation assured that what I saw that day would be what I saw in decades to come. That began to change in 2007 when the Moore building was proposed and built across the street from me. John Sawyer is probably the only guy there that was around when this was going on. Two of the parcels in that project are historic district parcels. And we thought that the developer would be restrained by our historic guidelines. He wasn't. And we spent almost a year, if not a year, fighting that with the city and the developer. And we finally got some changes made that made it so it wasn't an eyesore in the neighborhood. Lately, we've had Caritas Village, which I'm certain all of you are aware. We lost several historically significant buildings in that construction, and we had very little influence on the appearance of that one block, well, whatever one I want to call it. We currently have proposed a project at 320 College Avenue, which has a parcel that dips into the St. Rose Historic District. They're putting in a 4-story building. It's going to be a mess. We're going to have another fight there. The downtown station area plan before you as written almost guarantees will we have these battles in the future, because when you put a FAR rating on a historic property, a developer is going to look at that and go, gee, many Christmas, I got carte blanche here. I'll just buy this place and bulldoze it and put in something else. So we really appreciate the FAR 3 be removed from the 12 parcels along B Street.
Thank you, Greg. The next public comment will be from Richard, followed by Bobby. Richard, I've enabled your speaking permissions. Can you please unmute your microphone and confirm you can see the timer on the screen?
Yes, I can hear you.
Richard, can you get closer to your microphone? Your audio is low on my end. And please identify yourself for public record, and your time begins now.
Richard Coombs, representing 50 Courthouse Square and Roxy Theater. We have participated from the very beginning in the preparation of the downtown specific plan, and we support the concept of creating a vibrant downtown, but we have consistently through this entire time raised two issues. The first issue was, how does an existing office building such as 50 Courthouse Square deal with a new tenant on the ground floor? We worked with your staff, and the language they are now recommending resolved the issues for us, and we thank them for their time. They were exceptional to work with on this issue. The second issue we were not able to resolve. The second issue is that existing businesses such as 50 Courthouse Square and all of our tenants in that building and the Roxy Theater need to be able to count on existing parking garages at all times. We submitted at the request of staff specific policies identifying garage 5 and 12 as parking garages only to the Planning Commission. Sadly, at the Planning Commission, our request wasn't even discussed. I have no idea why it wasn't discussed at all. Essentially, our entire request was ignored. After that, we reached out to staff and they once again agreed to have meetings. We had 2 meetings, I think, with them. We very much appreciate the time they gave us. In the end, staff said this is a decision that has to be made by the council. Rather than a specific policy, we are now proposing a compromise that simply asks that garage 5 and 12 land use, the land use designation be public institutional rather than mixed use. It's not as good as the policy we requested, but we would live with this. If the council agrees to our request, it would resolve all of our other concerns which we've raised. We've invested millions of dollars into your existing downtown. Honestly, we're impressed with your desire to create a new downtown. We're impressed with many of the changes as a developer. I believe many of them are integral to having success. But you also need to take care of the people that are already here and the people that are already invested in your current downtown. I am telling you, our tenants are not moving away from cars. They and ourselves care deeply about having available parking, as do all of our movie theater patrons. I want to thank you all for considering our request, and I'm happy to answer any questions you might have of me.
Thank you, Richard. The next public comment will be from Bobby, followed by Thomas. Bobby, I've enabled your speaking permissions. Can you please unmute your microphone and confirm you can see the timer on the screen?
Yes.
Thank you. Please identify yourself for public record if you choose to do so, and your time begins now.
Great. Hi, good evening. My name is Bobby Lopez from BAFCA. First, I want to thank the department for engaging us, and our comments are included in the packet. I'm actually going to focus on the issue displacement, although we did name other things like transit and state density bonus concerns as it relates to the adequateness of the EIR. However, what we really want to talk about is displacement concerns. We completely support and are excited about the city's efforts to increase all income levels of housing for Santa Rosa. However, given that Santa Rosa was far below meeting its goals for extremely low, very low and moderate income housing in its RENA allocations, we do think the plan needs to more aggressively encourage and proactively create and preserve affordable housing, especially in light of the Sonoma market being a hot buyer's market. According to the DSIER and the 2019 Affordable Housing and Anti-Displacement Strategy of the plan, the area plan is 34% Latino, 75% of the area is renter occupied, with 53% of those renters as renter burdened. The land use component of the Santa Rosa DSASP report acknowledges the possibility of displacement and gentrification by saying, in creating an environment that is attractive, and this is in quotes, that is attractive to high-wage industries and employees to stimulate housing production, there is potential for low-income residents to be displaced as higher-income residents move in. Fundamentally, we believe stronger mitigations are needed to offset the gentrification and displacement impacts of this plan beyond the existing impact fees, inclusionary, and affordable by design plans. We did go as far as listing some suggestions in our letter, and we wanted to narrow down those suggestions to two particular things. The first one is that one of the ways the city can aggressively create affordable housing is by having a higher level of affordability on parcels that are currently publicly owned land. And that requirement is something that other cities around the region have been doing. San Francisco's Mission Rock project, the Giants project, is a perfect example of that. In places like Oakland, East 12th parcel is another example. So there are multiple examples where cities have done that work. And, you know, not just cities, but communities too. And I think it's a really interesting area to look into to strengthen the affordability, the percent of affordability available in the area plan. The other concept is a very controversial one, but a very important one, which is just having strong rent control. Rent control is paramount, especially to that particular area plan where there's multifamily buildings. Rent control would ensure that folks are not displaced as higher income folks move into that region. So I just would kindly ask you to consider these two things, and I see that my time is almost up, and thank you so much.
Thank you, Bobby. The next public comment will be from Thomas, followed by Denise. Thomas, I've enabled your speaking permissions. Can you please unmute your microphone and confirm you can see the timer on your screen?
I can see the timer.
Thank you. Please identify yourself for public record if you choose to do so, and your time begins now.
Certainly. My name is Thomas Drain. I reside in the St. Rose Historic District, and I wish to I thank the City Council for hearing my concerns. One of the stated goals of the downtown station vision is enhanced historic character. I find that I have a hard time understanding how that relates to what is proposed on B Street. There are 12 contributors to the historic district, as Greg Parker has mentioned. These properties will be given a FAR rating, which will mean that they will be susceptible to development, i.e. destruction. These properties include structures dating from the 1880s, but in particular, I want to point out two structures at 576 and 600 B Street. These were two medical offices buildings built in 1939 to 1940. The architect was Cal Calkins, and I do not presume to educate the council on the architectural history of Santa Rosa, but he was a very well-known architect. Among his 100 some odd projects in Santa Rosa and in the Sonoma County was the Rosenberg department store on 4th Avenue, which is the present Barnes and Noble building. So in other words, there are buildings already in the neighborhood which are particularly historically valuable. And I do not understand the thinking of the Planning Commission that would remove the contributors on Lincoln Street and yet retain the historic contributors on B Street. What is the criteria involved in this? So I asked the council to seriously consider removing these 12 properties out of the 300 properties in the downtown. This will not stop development. This will not slow down the development of the downtown, but it will, in fact, enhance the historic character of the downtown. Thank you very much for your time.
Oh, forgot to unmute myself. Thank you, Thomas. The next public comment will be from Denise, followed by Sonia. Denise, I've enabled your speaking permissions. Can you please unmute your microphone and confirm you can see the timer on your screen?
I can see the timer.
Thank you. Please identify yourself for public record if you choose to do so, and your time begins now.
I'm Denise Hill. I live in the St. Rose Historic District, and I would like to echo what a couple of previous speakers have said, which is we are a preservation district, and the focus and purpose of a preservation district is to preserve. So you can understand our concern when you put a FAR rating on 12 structures that would encourage a developer to purchase those structures, any of them or all of them, to tear them down to build something at a six-story level. It is very concerning to us. We spent at least a year on the Moore project trying to rein in the areas of that project that went into our historic district. 2 years on Caritas Village, 2 years that we dedicated to trying to preserve those structures, those historic structures on a block in our historic district, and they are all getting destroyed. So for the Planning Commission to suggest that we would be the gatekeepers and be here to protect these buildings when they're already in a preservation district is a very odd thing to assume that we have the bandwidth for, and that we also want to, when we moved into our historic district, there is a presumption that it is going to stay as far as the historic structures. So to suggest that we have to protect each one that comes up into the crosshairs of a developer is just not the assumption you would have if you moved into any other preservation district in any other city or state. And I just want to point out that we have, besides the buildings that were mentioned previously, we actually have a building that was built in 1922 by a winemaker. He had Alpine Winery. He built a building on B Street and then went on to build the first movie theater in the area, and the building that housed the Topaz Room for you, those of you who go way back. We have the only women's club that was started in 1894 and so already has celebrated its 100th birthday. In those 12 structures that have FAR ratings over them. We have a building that was built in 1890 by Frank Burka, who had purchased the Corbell Lumber Yard. Corbell did lumber before they did sparkling wine. And that building is in the 12 that are have FAR ratings. So we're pleading with you to please consider removing those that only make sense since they are in a preservation district. And it really would be a relief to us to know that the city truly does stand behind historic preservation and that we don't have to go to battle on every single one of these situations with developers that are developing in and near our neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you, Denise. The next public comment will be from Sonia. Sonia, I've enabled your speaking permissions. Can you please unmute your microphone and confirm you can see the timer on your screen?
I can see the timer on my screen.
Thank you. Please identify yourself for public record if you choose to do so, and your time begins now.
My name is Sonia Taylor. I support the downtown plan. I have participated in multiple attempts to make downtown more dense, better, more exciting since 1989. I would like to comment briefly on the parking issue. I wear two hats. I drive a very cool car and I drive downtown. I park generally in the White House flat surface lot, and then I walk and do my errands downtown. So I'm very familiar with the need for people to be able to drive downtown and park. But at the same time, I think it's critically important that we do use all of our surface parking lots and our garages for multiple uses and allow housing downtown to use the excess parking in the parking garages. I don't advocate getting rid of parking. I understand that people like to park right in front of where they're going. I do too. But when it's exciting, when you want to go to a restaurant, when you want to go to an event, you will park in a garage, you know, a half a block away or a block away or 4 blocks away and walk to the place you want to go. I lived in San Francisco, and after getting $2,000 plus of parking tickets, I had to go to court, and I did not get rid of my car, but I'm very familiar with the difficulties of parking in a busy city. Santa Rosa is likely never to be downtown San Francisco, but I want it to be more than it is now, more exciting. And I do want to see our parking garages redeveloped if possible. I do want to see our surface parking lots redeveloped, definitely. So I want the council to maintain flexibility going forward. I think it's important to do studies to determine how much parking we have available, but I want to be able to make the changes necessary as we move forward. So that's my 2 cents. Have fun. Thanks.
Thank you. The next public comment will be from Matthew. Matthew, I've enabled your speaking permissions. Can you please unmute yourself and confirm you can see the timer on your screen?
Yes, thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Thank you very much.
Great.
Please identify yourself for public record if you so choose, and your time begins now.
Certainly, thank you very much. Matthew Henderson with Miller Star Regalia on behalf of Airport Business Center and Blue Fox Partners. I want to start out by expressing, again, reiterating my client's appreciation for the time and attention that staff has given to their concerns, and having taken a number of our comments and requests into consideration and making the changes that we've asked for. We very much appreciate that, but we do still have concerns about the plan and about the environmental review. I don't want to rehash the items that are covered in my letter, but I did want to touch on 1 or 2 additional issues in addition to the wildfire and air quality issue, the traffic analysis problems, and the baseline problem. the problem that a number of speakers and members of the council have touched on with respect to parking is this plan, in effect, has planned parking out of the area. And it has made the existing parking structures non-conforming uses, which strongly suggests that it's a question of when and not if they're going to go away, especially because these parking garages are located in the opportunity area, which has been identified as the area most appropriate for further intense development. And this touches on the fact that the whole parking issue is not touched on in the EIR. There's no discussion of the data with respect to surplus parking, what parking demand is, or what the effect of doing away with some of this parking will have, and whether it could conceivably cause urban decay. An analysis which is also not included in the EIR. I can tell you that my clients' concerns are quite genuine. They're not in the habit of paying lawyers to spend time doing this unless they see it's in their own interest that the lack of parking is going to have this impact on their tenants going forward. So, you know, it seems to be setting up a wait and see approach. I've heard the term phased used a number of times. That, in effect, is deferring the analysis and deferring potential mitigation for these issues, which is just not proper under CEQA. There's been a discussion, the phrase calculated risks was used, hoping to see less reliance on the automobile. Well, the problem with hopes and aspirations is they're not a solid basis for public decision-making. And there were hopes and goals embedded in the 2007 plan, which were not realized, which is the very reason that we're here. So in closing, I appreciate the council's time and attention to this, and thank you very much for the time.
Thank you, Matthew. Again, if you'd like to make a comment during the public hearing for item 15.1, downtown station area specific plan update, please raise your hand now via Zoom. If participating via telephone, dial *9. Mayor, I'm not seeing any additional hands being raised for live public comment. Are you okay if we move to the voice message public comment?
Yes, please do. Thank you.
Public hearing, item 15.1, downtown station area specific plan. My name is Dwayne DeWitt. I'm from Roseland, and Roseland has a portion of its land considered in the downtown specific plan. Unfortunately, the downtown specific plan as it has been handled has been an exclusionary, exclusive approach to making sure that the folks in the inner area of downtown Santa Rosa controlled everything, and Santa Rosa neglected to give the Roseland portion much voice at all. Furthermore, by utilizing the Zoom, the virtual exclusion, by making only people who have access to the internet have an opportunity to participate in much of this, it has also failed in the approach of authentic community engagement. Please do not approve this plan until after the elections, which are only 3 weeks away, and then Roseland will have a representative on the council that can then talk about the issues facing the Roseland section of that downtown specific plan, which is a large area from Dutton Avenue east along Sebastopol Road up to the Olive Street interchange next to Highway 12. Lots of acreage there. Roberts Avenue is a big portion, and that area is where the funding from the US EPA for brownfields revitalization has been pulled into the process, and even more could be accessed if handled correctly. But the current city staff has been excluding the local residents from that area and participating or even looking towards getting more funding from the EPA, though that is some of the most toxic areas in the community, which caused Roseland to be redlined in the first place decades ago. And Santa Rosa put its own red line in just 25 years ago by forming the county island, putting a red zone along the Sebastopol Road contamination area from the McKinnon Avenue Superfund site of the past. This whole process of this downtown specific plan has been deliberately exclusive, been deliberately keeping people of the lower income and especially people of color out of the process. At one of the meetings held at the library, only one resident from Roseland was there, and when that person spoke up, others said, well, this isn't about Roseland. And that's totally wrong. This is about Roseland, and Roseland needs to have an equal voice and be a part of this. Please do not pass this. If you do, it may be actionable, and that's not something you want. What you need to do is wait.
Okay, Mayor, that concludes the voice message public comment. I'm going to turn it over to Stephanie Williams to read the email public comments and voice or e-comment public comments, which there were none. My apologies. That concludes public comment.
Okay, thank you for those comments. So I'm now going to close the public hearing and bring it back to council. Any additional questions? Mr. Rogers.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Amy, just from a functional perspective, the compromise that was floated about the two parking garages of rezoning them as public institutional, from a mechanics perspective, what would that fundamentally change about this plan?
Let me ask Bill Rose to answer that question for you.
Yeah, certainly. Thank you, council member. So the gentleman spoke and accurately indicated kind of the discussions that we have. And we did work through a number of items. We did find some mutual agreement. And we did get down to the one item related to parking, and they indicated a desire to go to a public institutional land use designation. And that departs from what we're proposing. We're proposing a quite flexible land use designation for the parking garages, setting up for in the future to be able to let a development occur that's appropriate for the site. If we put a public institutional designation on that, it's more restrictive. So should this council or any council in the future decide to go forward with a redevelopment of any of the parking garages, it's highly likely that a land use change would be necessary, another general plan amendment, an accompanying rezoning. And so you're back to barriers and obstacles to facilitate that development. So that is why the staff position and the staff recommendation is the land use before you tonight for the parking garages.
Okay, thank you.
Vice Mayor Fleming.
Yes, my question was very similar to Councilmember Rogers in that would that designation inhibit or put up any roadblocks to our council goal of housing development specifically in the downtown? And you answered it, so I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Tibbetts.
Thanks, Bill. Same question. So it sounds like public institution will require a zone change. Going back to my original question that I posed earlier in the meeting, is there a way that we can ensure that there will be parking in the immediate vicinity for not just 50 Old Courthouse Square, but I think I spoke earlier today with Natalie, one of the representatives of the folks who have spoken. And it sounds like there's a prevailing concern, not just among them, but a lot of business owners downtown. It sounds like Max, E.R. Sawyer, some institutional businesses in downtown kind of share some of these concerns. So, you know, I don't want to do anything to impede potential housing development, although I do have some doubts about the immediate viability of doing demolition and reconstruction of these parking garages. But I think that potential improbability should not come at the expense of adding more barriers to potential housing. But we do need to do right by these businesses that exist in downtown by ensuring parking. Is there a way that we can codify that with this plan and avoid this phased in approach? Because I agree with I believe he's an attorney who spoke, that that's not really much of a guarantee. That seems kind of, soft, for lack of a better term. I think we need to give some guarantees to our businesses downtown with this plan.
I think that's one of the core challenges, when you're pursuing a plan that is pretty intense. It's a bold plan. It's really, if it's successful, it's going to change the landscape, the skyline of downtown. And with that comes construction and the impacts associated with it. And for the most part, if it's a standalone building and you have construction there, nuisances for a period of time, but they don't quite have the impact. And we staff agree completely that a parking garage that's rendered unavailable for a period of time will have an impact. So it's hard to speculate because there's so many moving pieces. There's multiple garages. They probably would develop on different timelines, but we would certainly evaluate options and ways to make sure we could address those needs. Just to simply say there's no parking available without a plan, I think is not what we would support. And then the other thing, back to what I mentioned with construction, it's considered a temporary activity. It can stretch on for some time if it's a bigger project, but the goal is the end result is better. It's worth the investment. It's worth what you're going through, because what you will have is something that makes not only the businesses whole, it satisfies their parking needs, but it also can offer maybe residential, commercial, and the other mixes that we hope will really invigorate that downtown. So it's a concern. The specifics are hard to know because, like I said, the variables are so broad, but it's something that I think we would have to look at case by case as projects come online.
Okay, I guess this might be a Sue question if Sue is around. Is there a way that we can somehow memorialize or codify a process that parking spaces will be made available to businesses that have been impacted by developments affecting our parking garages? Because those garages do provide parking for a litany of businesses in downtown.
There are certainly language that could be developed if that's the direction that the council wants to go. So if it looks like the council wants to go that direction, we'll start crafting something.
So just speaking for myself, I would support doing that. So thanks, Sue, and Bill, I do thank you for the work on this plan.
And so, Bill, for me, I know you've answered it a variety of different ways, but can you just reframe that? So if those two parking garages that we just discussed were to be zoned public institution, what would be the potential unintended consequences for that zoning classification?
So when you look at land use, you start with land use, that's the vision. Zoning is the specific details that implements the land use. It's the height and the setbacks, the parking. And so they work in conjunction with one another. And on the spectrum of land uses, you have those that are more restrictive, you have those that are more flexible. And with public institutional, you're on the more restrictive end of the spectrum in terms of what land uses would be available. And then the zoning that goes with it would be more restrictive as well, what you can actually develop. What we're proposing is on the other end of the spectrum. It's more flexible. It's encouraging all of the things that we're discussing here tonight. And it allows a pathway that will be clear and predictable and timely. And that's another part of what we're trying to do with this plan. So it's not to say that if it went to public institutional, you couldn't develop it in the future, but you may have to go through a general plan amendment to change it back to something more flexible and a rezoning to accommodate that, which is basically what we're doing here tonight. We're just putting something out there that's much more flexible.
Great. Thank you for that clarification. Vice Mayor, do you have your hand up?
Indeed. Bill, I'm just curious about a couple of things. One is, would that process that you just described add time to and additional cost to a potential housing development?
Yeah, so when you look at entitlements or land use actions that you may take on a project, a general plan amendment is the top of the list. It's the most costly, it's the most time consuming. It's really the most significant question that the decision makers, the review authority, in this case, it's the council, really ever take. Rezoning is right there next to it, and you often see rezonings going along at the same time as a general plan amendment. And you work your way down the list of entitlements, design review, use permits. They have different sets of findings and different criteria. So yeah, I would say that the general plan amendment and rezoning that could very likely be necessary for a development on these sites. It is a very high level land use action. It's the highest level action the city takes.
I see. And I've been informed before, especially by Ms. Nadeau, that Santa Rosa, especially in our downtown, is overparked. Would you say that we have an excess of parking both in our surface lots and on our parking structures, or is it mostly in one or the other?
I think it's mostly in the structures. Raisa might be able to add to this. I believe there's the surface lots. There might be one that is generally at or close to capacity. But I believe the structures are underparked.
Okay. And do you know if that is sort of evenly spread throughout our downtown?
You know, I don't know that, so.
That's okay. I was just curious to know if we had excess parking in our structure.
I'm unmuted now.
Raisa just joined, so.
Yes, so we are overparked in the downtown. It includes the lots, garages, as well as private parking. So private parking, meaning the mall parking garages, are taken into consideration as well. And the garages are less used, if I recall correctly, than the surface lots.
I appreciate the clarification. Thank you both.
Right. Jack, did you have another question, or is that from your last one? Okay. All right, any additional questions from council? Okay, Mr. Sawyer, you have this item.
I do. Thank you, Mayor. You know, when we got together with the Planning Commission a number of months ago, flexibility was one of the things that we all agreed was really, really going to be very, very important in creating a new downtown plan. And thank goodness we didn't move forward or were successful with the elements of successful, meaning implementing those elements in 13 years ago, because I think we would not have made the same decisions today as we did 13 years ago. And I think that we've learned a lot about how downtowns become successful. The nature of downtowns has changed a great deal in the last decade or more. And so I think that this plan, because of its flexibility, reflects the desires and the aspirations of the council and the Planning Commission, and I honor that effort. And I think that we will the fruits of our labor of moving forward with this plan, with at least one adjustment that I'm going to recommend, will serve us well. And I think people will look back on this council and say thank you. And that is my hope. And that is what I'm banking on. So I have the first resolution is the EIR certification. And I'm going to introduce a resolution of the Council of the City of Santa Rosa certifying the final subsequent environmental impact report and adopting the mitigation, monitoring, and reporting program and findings of fact for the downtown station area specific plan, file number ST18-002, and waive further reading.
Second.
Second.
Mr. Oliveras, were you first on that one? Or
no, somebody else spoke. I don't know who it was.
I believe it was Mr. Tibbetts. His little box lit up even. Maybe he'll let me get the next one.
Thank you. So we have a motion by Mr. Sawyer, second by Mr. Tibbetts. Okay, what I'd like to do now is just leave some time for any comments now, because I know there's some other motions here. So I know, Mr. Rogers, before we actually bring this to a vote, now would be appropriate time to either make some amendments to that one or any other comments on the total presentation. Mr. Rogers?
Yeah, just a general question. As I had indicated in Councilmember Sawyer, I'm hoping that this was the amendment that you were talking about potentially making, was those 12 parcels that are deemed contributors to the historic district. I don't know which of these resolutions are the one for us to make that friendly amendment to. And maybe that's a question for Sue. I just want to make sure before we actually start approving resolutions that I make that friendly motion and hopefully get that change put in place.
Yeah, my assumption is that it will be the next resolution, but I may be inaccurate. Sue?
Councilmember Sawyer, you are correct. It would be the second resolution that we would incorporate that change.
Perfect. Then I'm good on this one. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Anyone else want to make any general comments or any more specific comments on this item? I just want to say, build the list of your introduction, which I loved hearing, because it's a total team sport. And I've been saying that all along. It's council, it's staff, it's the community. And this product here, I'm very proud of, as Mr. Sawyer mentioned, it's something, 10, 15, 20 years from now, I think it's something we can all be proud of. So I appreciate all the work in doing all this. At the time, we've had numerous emergencies. I won't list them all, but it's very impressive that we get things done here. And I think our tagline is leader of the North Bay, and this is another example of that. So thank you for your staff and everyone that you introduced at the beginning of this item. So with that, Madam City Clerk, can we do a roll call vote, please?
Yes, thank you. Councilmember Dowd?
Aye.
Councilmember Tibbetts?
Aye.
Councilmember Sawyer?
Aye.
Councilmember Rogers?
Aye.
Councilmember Oliveras?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Fleming?
Aye.
Mayor Schwedhelm?
Aye.
That motion passes with 7 ayes.
Mr. Sawyer, you're back on.
Thank you, Mayor. Before I read the resolution, I did want to mention that, and I will be including Councilmember Rogers' suggestion on removing the FAR on those 12 historic district contributors on B Street. The St. Rose neighborhood has had its share of challenges, and the speakers this evening were very eloquent in their articulation, although they were restrained in their articulation of those challenges. And I think that it is reasonable and right to give a nod to that particular historic district that has been challenged in a number of ways that we're all familiar with. So I feel that 12 out of 300 is a reasonable compromise, and I'm hoping that the council moves forward with this. So I'm going to introduce a resolution of the City of Santa Rosa City Council approving general plan amendments consisting of text figure changes to allow adoption of the downtown station area specific plan, and adopting the downtown station area specific plan and removing the FAR off of those 12 historic district contributors on B Street, file number ST18-002, and waive further reading.
Second.
Does that work, Madam City Attorney?
Yes, it does. And I'll just clarify that those changes will be reflected in the exhibits to the resolution, in the 2 exhibits.
Thank you.
Okay, so we have a motion by Mr. Sawyer, second by Mr. Rogers. Mr. Tibbetts, do you have a comment or a question?
Yeah, I have a question for Mr. Sawyer. Would you entertain a friendly amendment to include language along the lines of what I recommended, that the city, through the parking department, is obligated to identify alternative available parking for businesses impacted by new development in the parking garages?
Well, Mr. Tibbetts, I've never had a request like that before in guaranteeing parking for businesses while other businesses are being worked on or developed. And it makes me uncomfortable. I think it's contrary to the flexibility that we were asking for, and therefore not entertain that.
Okay, any additional comments, questions? Okay, we have a motion and a second. City Clerk, could you please do a roll call vote?
Yes, Councilmember Dowd,
Aye.
Councilmember Tibbetts,
Aye.
Councilmember Sawyer,
Aye.
Councilmember Rogers,
Aye.
Councilmember Oliveris,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Fleming,
Aye.
Mayor Schwedhelm.
Aye.
That motion passes with 7 ayes.
Thank you, Mr. Sawyer. You have one more? Did I get that correct?
No, actually, those two resolutions took care of the 4 items, according to the city attorney.
Okay, can you confirm that?
Let's confirm, yeah.
Yeah, or Amy? Did we accomplish what you were seeking tonight?
Yes, sir. That was just those 2 resolutions. And Sue, I'm just going to make sure that that does encompass the late correspondence or additional policy recommendations.
Oh, did he tell you that council?
The 2 resolutions do encompass everything, but in terms of additional changes that were not in the exhibits, what those resolutions did was adopted those exhibits, the 4 exhibits, as they were presented in the record. So we may need to clarify that this was also to include the other revisions that were proposed this afternoon. So I apologize for not catching that. This does capture the adjustment to those 12 properties and the FAR on those 12 properties, but it did not encompass the changes that you indicated in your presentation.
So, Madam Attorney, could you reiterate what would needed to be amended to this resolution to satisfy legal?
Yes, you would want to, and I apologize, but you'll want to amend that. I would redo the resolution, restate the resolution to also include the revisions that were presented by staff in their presentation this evening. Does that capture it, Amy?
Yes. So the memo does include 1 new policy and 1 new sentence to another policy. And then the other thing I just wanted to note is to remove the FAR from those properties on B Street. It would be cleaner to actually recommend a change to that zoning district. So it is neighborhood mixed use, which would, we can carry that forward with the general plan and zoning, but that would be a cleaner approach to removing that floor area ratio. So downsizing that zoning. So it's a different zoning district as well. That's our staff recommendation to follow that recommendation.
So, but I can still refer to them as the 12 historic district contributors on B Street? And that those would be in a neighborhood mixed use designation? Would that work? Okay. And then, Madam Attorney, I want to make sure that we're clear on the revisions, to include the revisions introduced by staff after their meetings this afternoon. I mean,
I'm looking at Amy. Can you clarify where your changes are can be found?
Yes, so it was in a memo that was distributed this afternoon, but there is a change to MOB 6.5 to add 1 sentence to utilize daytime and nighttime parking rates to be calculated for purposes of incentivizing the surplus parking.
Easier said than written.
And then there's a new policy, LU 2.7, and I'll just read the policy. This is actually an old policy from the 2007 plan, but it says, allow continuance of existing legal non-conforming uses within the plan area until properties are ready to convert to uses that are consistent with the adopted plans and regulations. allow for maintenance and reoccupancy / retenanting of buildings with legal non-conforming uses and exempt minor alterations and or expansions of existing buildings from the urban design chapter of this plan.
And if I may, Amy, was that, or maybe the city clerk can say, was that memo uploaded into Legistar this afternoon?
I'll have to defer to the clerk on that.
No, this was not uploaded to Legistar this afternoon.
Okay.
It was provided to the clerk's office just shortly before the meeting, so we did not have time to do that, but we will upload it post-meeting.
Okay, and Amy has read it into the record, has read the changes into the record. So Councilmember Sawyer, you can reference her statement.
Okay, and so I got the piece on the FAR. So can I just refer to Amy's revisions as stated by the supervising planner? Or
Yes.
should we take 5 minutes to put this together? I don't want it to be wrong. Do you need time to do it, or can I just refer to it?
Mr. Mayor, if you'd like, they're fairly short. We can, in one consolidated statement, just read through them so they're clear and top of mind right now, if you would prefer that.
I think Mr. Sawyer would prefer that.
I certainly would.
Because I think we gave you an excerpt of one, we read one in its entirety, and maybe just a straight line read through would be helpful for the group.
Well, and can I ask a question before we do that? Just really fast, Amy. So I'm looking your recommendation about changing the land use category for those 12 properties, moving it to neighborhood mixed use. There are no, for the rest of the contributors in that district, they're zoned as low residential and a couple as medium residential. And in fact, when the Planning Commission switched the Lincoln Street properties away, removed the FAR, they rezoned them as low residential. So I just wanted to know sort of what your thinking was changing it to neighborhood mixed use instead, if the intent is to keep the character of the neighborhood consistent.
We could certainly go to low residential as well, if you would like to do that.
Yeah, I think I'd be more comfortable with that so that it's consistent with the rest of the historic district and with the other contributors in the area.
And that was, what was that designation again?
It's low residential.
All right. So what I'm going to do is,
well, John, do we want to hear Bill summarize it? And I'm thinking you'll just want to say, yeah, what he said.
if you're gonna go, if you're gonna do that, I'm all for it. Yes.
But when I really said that we would read it into the record, what I was hoping is Amy would read it into the record, because I'm scouring through my emails right now to find it, and I'm hoping she has it at her fingertips.
Yes.
Thank you, Amy.
Pull it up one more time here. Okay, so the first change is to remove the floor area ratio designation from those properties on B Street, and the general plan and zoning change would reflect that it would be low density residential for those properties. And then for the text changes within the plan, the first is for MOB-6.5, and I'm going to read the whole policy. To incentivize high density residential and mixed use development downtown, allow projects that offer 50 or more housing units, preferably affordable, located within 1,000 feet of a municipal garage or lot with underutilized parking to fulfill parking need in full or in part through municipal shared parking agreements. And then the new sentence that will be added is, in determining the utilization of garages, both daytime and nighttime utilization rates shall be calculated by the parking division. And then new policy, LU 2.7, allow continuance of existing legal non-conforming uses within the plan area until properties are ready to convert to uses that are consistent with adopted plans and regulations. Allow for maintenance and reoccupancy / retenanting of buildings with legal non-conforming uses and exempt minor alterations and or expansions of existing buildings from the urban design chapter of this plan.
And should I read the last sentence or just say what you said?
If I may, I would recommend that you make a new motion to rescind rescind the prior resolution that was just adopted and adopt a revised resolution read the title, and then with incorporating the changes just read into the record by the supervising planner.
Okay, so I'll make a motion to rescind my prior resolution.
Actually, it's to rescind because that resolution was voted on and passed. So the council as a whole needs to vote to rescind that resolution and to adopt a revised resolution that incorporates the changes.
Okay, so I'm going to make a motion to remove the former resolution.
Rescind
the former resolution, and will so as to replace it with a resolution that includes the changes made by articulated by staff.
Second.
Yes, and if you could read the title of the resolution.
All right, and that is okay. So so the resolution that I'm making a motion to rescind is a resolution of the city center. Is that what you want me to do?
No, I wanted you. I think that'll get more confusing. I'm sorry. So I would just say rescind the resolution just adopted by the council. Yes. And move to adopt the resolution of the City of Santa Rosa City Council approving, and read that title and end that reading with the revisions just read into the record by Ms. Lyle, supervising planner.
Okay, so but the title of it is just a file number. I'm going to make a motion to rescind the resolution previously made and to replace that with a go ahead. Am I on the right track here?
You're on, yes.
Okay, and to replace that with a resolution of the city of San, and now I can read the actual resolution and then add those pieces, and replace that resolution with a resolution. I will therefore replace that with a resolution of the City of Santa Rosa City Council approving general plan amendments consisting of text and figure changes to allow adoption of the downtown station area specific plan, and adopting the downtown station area specific plan, including the removal of the FAR of the 12 historic district contributors on B Street, and changing that designation of those 12 to low residential, and include the revisions introduced by staff.
May I make one quick suggestion? So as you've been deliberating, we've had a flurry of activity behind the scenes, and would it be at all possible, staff is respectfully requesting a quick break. We want to make sure we understand this and can give you very clear pathway on this, and there's a bit of confusion on our end. So would it be possible for 5 minutes?
Mayor.
Because we were going to take our dinner break, your preference would be come back in 5 minutes to get this done before we do a dinner break?
That would be great, yes.
Yes, so the staff can be released. Yes, please.
So and could I request that the language be emailed to me so that I don't have to do this a fourth time? Absolutely. And I want staff to be able to go home.
Okay, we'll take a 5 minute recess. 5 minute recess. Thank you. Stephanie, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Is our city attorney here?
I do not see her on.
Yes, I'm
Oh,
here.
there she is.
Oh, there you go, Sue. Staff isn't ready, so I was just going to do our dinner break now. Can I just do that now, or do we need to do a roll call and then do a formal break?
No, you can go, no, you should come back on and say you're doing a dinner break so that the public knows when it's going to come back.
Great. Okay. Madam City Clerk, could you please do a roll call? We'll reconvene the City Council meeting.
Okay. Councilmember Dowd?
Present.
Councilmember Tibbetts?
Here.
Councilmember Sawyer?
Here.
Councilmember Rogers?
Here.
Councilmember Oliveris?
Here.
Vice Mayor Fleming?
Here.
Mayor Schwedhelm?
Here.
Let the record show that all council members are present.
Okay, I've received some information from staff, not quite ready yet. So we are going to take a 20-minute dinner break. So we'll reconvene. We're going to recess and we'll reconvene at 8:05. 8:05. Thank you.
Amy Nicholson, what about if we went to an FAR of 1?
implementation that would be going forward. So the action would be to remove the proposed floor area ratio and not change the zoning or general plan land use on these properties at this time. So the clarification that we're seeking is to which properties the FAR removal would want to occur. So it's our assumption based from what we've heard, it's the properties shown in the green circle on the right. So along B Street, those properties right there. And so I just want to clarify that those are the properties, because we were not clear on the number of properties in that count.
They are the properties, as far as my information is, they are the properties on B Street, those 12 properties in a row in the center circle.
Great.
Yeah, and
Yes.
as a point of clarification, because one of the resident historians pointed out to make sure that we get it right in the resolution, 11 of them are on B Street and one of them is technically on 10th Street, right there in the corner. So they wanted to make sure that the efforts reflected. So it is those 11 that are along B Street there, as well as the 12th that we reference is technically on 10th Street.
Great. So that's the clarification that we needed. So we did not email the new language. So if you're comfortable, I can just restate what the proposal is.
I'm comfortable with that.
Okay. So, and I'm going to just reread the language changes as well. But the proposal for the amendment includes the removal of the floor area ratio, the land use change, and the general plan land use change and specific plan land use change from those specific properties along B Street, and also includes the text changes as recommended by staff in the memo, and that includes MOB 6.5 with the addition of a sentence at the end of that policy to read, in determining the utilization of garages, both daytime and nighttime utilization rates shall be calculated by the parking division. And then the addition of a new policy, LU 2.7, allow continuance of existing legal non-conforming uses within the plan area until properties are ready to convert to uses that are consistent with adopted plans and regulations, allow for maintenance and re-occupancy, re-tenanting of buildings with legal non-conforming uses, and exempt minor alterations and or expansions of existing buildings from the urban design chapter of this plan.
That sounds good.
So, Mr. Starr, are you going to make a new motion, which includes the rescinding of the first one? Is that correct, Madam City Attorney?
Yes, and I did send some proposed language for the motion.
Hold on, let me bring that up. Here we go. So I'll be introducing this motion as per usual.
Yes.
Introduce a motion to rescind resolution previously adopted due to need for clarification, and to adopt resolution of the City of Santa Rosa with amendments as just stated on the record by Supervising Planner Amy Lyle, and waive further reading.
Do we have a second?
Second.
There we go. I got the Vice Mayor seconding that one. Any additional comments or clarification?
Thank you, staff.
I just want to make sure that that included. I just want to make sure that that included the 10th Street address as well.
Yes.
And I'm sorry, I was.
So the 11 on B Street and the 12 on 10th.
And I'm sorry, council member, I was getting some text at the same time. Did you read the full title of the resolution there?
I may not have, let me go back to it. Hold on a second.
I didn't have time to type out the whole thing.
So would you like me just to read that just the full on title, the 4 lines?
Yes, but could you do the whole, I'm sorry, but could you do the whole thing where it's a motion to rescind?
Okay, hold on. I've only got one screen.
I'm so sorry. This is not pretty, so.
That's okay. It's sausage.
Doesn't have to be pretty, just has to be right.
There you go. Okay, so I'll read the motion to rescind, and then I will go back to my screen that has the rest of the resolution.
Yes.
So introduce a motion to rescind resolution previously adopted due to the need for clarification, and to adopt resolution of the City of Santa Rosa with amendments as just stated on. Oh, you want me? Is that where your dots are? Okay.
Yeah.
So, but I thought there might be something in there, and to adopt resolution of the City of Santa Rosa. Hold on. Resolution of the City of Santa Rosa City Council approving general plan amendments consisting of text and figure changes to allow adoption of the downtown station area specific plan, and adopting the downtown station area specific plan file number ST18002 with amendments as just stated on the record by Supervising Planner Amy Lyle, and waive further reading.
Second.
I'm seeing our city attorney smiling. I'm seeing.
Oh, good.
I think Phyllis
Thank
smiled.
you very much.
And again, just asking the questions so that we don't get caught on this later. That includes the one random 10th Street address, parcel number, as well as the B Street. I'm saying nodding heads. Good.
Okay, we have a motion, a second. Any additional comments or questions?
I just wanted to put it out there. I wanted to thank Mr. Sawyer for going through that.
My pleasure.
Sure it was. Sure. Madam City Clerk, could we do a roll call vote, please?
Yes. Councilmember Dowd,
Aye.
Councilmember Tibbetts,
Aye.
Councilmember Sawyer,
Aye.
Councilmember Rogers,
Aye.
Councilmember Oliveras,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Fleming,
Aye.
Mayor Schwedhelm.
Aye.
That motion passes with 7 ayes.
Okay, I think that's it on this item, correct? Thumbs up from Amy. Bill, you're good? All right, thank you so much for that presentation, for hanging with us on this. Okay, so now we'll go back to our regularly scheduled agenda. And I believe we're on item 10, mayors and council members reports. Is there any member who wants to do a report out? Mr. Rogers.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I will keep this really brief because, we've been going longer, but we did have our Sonoma County Transportation Authority meeting yesterday. One of the substantial conversations that I've mentioned to folks is happening or is coming that we are a part of and staff has been integral in is the rollout of the new regional housing needs assessment numbers, the RHNA numbers. Just so that folks know, we have received what the projections are for the next 8-year cycle. So the previous cycle was 2015 to 2023. The next cycle is 2023 to 2031. I know everybody's following this pretty close because cities are going nuts seeing what their new RHNA number is. Santa Rosa, actually, because our number increased substantially in the round previously that we're currently in, the 2015-2023, our RHNA number only goes up 28%. So it'll go from 5,083 to 6,530. The county of Sonoma goes up 919% in this next RENA round. So they are having a fit and a challenge of it. So just so you know, we did support a letter from SCTA asking questions about the methodology and making sure that the inputs into this program are accurate. And we are also asking questions, particularly I did for Santa Rosa, about where these allocations are supposed to go within our community, because right now it's looking like into the WUI as well as into Southeast Santa Rosa, into areas that are probably going to be problematic in discussions around fire. So I'll keep the council posted on this, but there is going to be a conversation about those numbers, and there's also going to be a conversation about, do some of the cities take some of that allocation from the county and do city-centered growth to protect our community separators and our greenways. So definitely keep an eye on that conversation.
Anyone else like to report out on anything? Seems like we've had so much activity since our last brief meeting. I'll just very briefly report out on thanking city manager and staff for the local assistance center. I was able to participate on that opening and seeing the amount of resources that the city, county, state put into it, but it was a very helpful resource for those that took advantage of that. And then also on Sunday, myself and Chair Gorin were able to accompany CAL FIRE on a flyover of the glass fire, along with CAL FIRE Chief Nichols, Sonoma County Fire Chief Hine, and then Deputy Chief Westrope. Is very informative. And although it's tragic, the loss of any pieces of property, thank God there were no injuries, no lives lost, but the amount of homes that were saved by our firefighting efforts, it's truly impressive, especially when you see it from the air, how quickly it could have had different consequences. So thank you, city manager, all the city staff that are involved with that. And I know the PIO staff also, the information that they are putting out morning and night for both council and our community is truly phenomenal work. So please pass our appreciations on to all those efforts. So thank you very much. Okay, with that, we're on to item 11. We have no approval of minutes. This is crazy at 11:20. On to our consent calendar, Mr. City Manager.
Item 12.1, resolution approval of the Third Amendment to Professional Service Agreement number F001748 with HROD Incorporated DBA MMO continued from September 29th, 2020 regular meeting. Item 12.2, resolution First Amendment to Professional Services Agreement F002144 with Placeworks continued from the September 29th, 2020 regular meeting. Item 12.3, resolution administrative agreement for collection of assessments for Sonoma County Tourism Business Improvement Area retroactive July 1st continued from the September 29th, 2020 regular meeting. Item 12.4, motion contract award Pacific Avenue reconstruction Humboldt Street to Montecito Avenue. Item 12.5, resolution Bay Area Health Transit Plan. Item 12.6, resolution waiver of competitive bid for contract change order number 1 F002167 installation of needlepoint bipolar ionization air purification system. Item 12.7, resolution authorization to participate in the Clipper Start Low Income Transit Fare Subsidy Pilot Program. Item 12.8, resolution acceptance of post-distance learning grant program funding. Item 12.9, resolution bid award Midland Radios Corporation Public Alerts Certified NOAA Weather Alert Radios. Item 12.10, resolution Third Amendment to General Services Agreement F001613 with Stroop Petroleum Maintenance Incorporated. Item 12.11, resolution adopting amended conflict of interest code. Item 12.12, resolution approval of a fee deferral and agreement to pay water demand fees between El Cristo Mobile Home Park and the city of Santa Rosa.
Thank you for that. Council, any questions on the consent calendar? Seeing none, we're now taking public comment on item 12, our consent calendar. Madam Host, would you facilitate public comment on the consent calendar?
Now's the time for public comment on item 12 consent. Raise your hand via Zoom if you'd like to make a public comment. If you are participating by telephone, please dial *9. As you can see, there is a timer before you for the convenience of the public and those participating via telephone. At the conclusion of your time allotted, an audio timer will go off. The first public comment will be from Eric. Eric, I've enabled your speaking permissions. Can you please unmute your microphone and confirm you can see the timer on your screen?
Yes, thank you, I have.
Thank you. Please identify yourself for public record if you choose to do so, and your time begins now.
Thank you very much. This is Eric Frazier again. Thank you for receiving my comments. So there's two items on the consent calendar that I have concerns about. One is the tax that was withholded from Sonoma County Tourism for the SCTBIA. And given the information that we have about the interface between the city and the county regarding tourism matters, this really raises a red flag for us. Why were these funds withheld? We know that there's two active issues regarding that interface. One is the publishing of data that shows a aspirational amount of visitors to the visitor center at the train station. 60,000 people a year. Per square foot, that's more than Russian River Brewing. Obviously, that is not a correct figure. And while that was published in county information, SBA information, smart train information, I'm concerned that there is potentially this quid pro quo about this money being withheld. The other area is with Ironman. Now, clearly what we have is a lot of expenses for that particular project withheld from the public's knowledge base. The reports that were issued by the Chamber of Commerce were not accurate. They did not disclose a lot of the expense, either within the city or within the county. And again, I wonder, is there a quid pro quo when it comes to withholding those funds from the county from the city? If so, that's pretty alarming. The last thing I'd want to comment on really is about the issue of whether or not somebody is compromised or has a conflict of interest. And so today I received a mailer that was sponsored by the North Bay Organizing Committee, the Chamber of Commerce, and a couple other organizations, 4 in total, and only one, the Chamber of Commerce, receives public tax money. This mailing was against the taxation projects that were put forward by the city, a continuation of the city sales tax and the consolidation thereof. So all this is highly irregular. And I wonder where it's going to lead us. Obviously, you have fictitious information on one hand, you have something going on as far as funds being withheld. I don't like to be on these tangents. I like to support my community, but these are highly troubling. Thank you very much. I appreciate your time.
Thank you. Again, we're taking public comment on item 12, the consent calendar. Mayor, I'm not seeing any additional hands raised for live public comment. Are you okay if I move along to voice message public comments?
Yes, please do. Thank you.
Consent item 12.2, Dwayne DeWitt from Roseland. PlaceWorks does not need to be given extra compensation for you folks to put in a greenhouse gas reduction strategy. Within your existing general plan, you could work with the community and have this done without giving them more money. There are people in the community who actually feel that PlaceWorks is working in an exclusionary approach and has not been doing a good inclusive approach to get as many communities involved in the general plan update, which must now include environmental justice element. No one in the city or in this consulting group has really reached out to the people who are suffering from the injustices of the city's previous policies that made environmental justice such a difficult situation in Santa Rosa, especially at Olive Street in the city limits, moving west to where the city limits reach to Dutton Avenue. Then that portion that was in the county and has been in the city for 3 full years now. And folks have not been working with that community in an inclusive, open, accountable, transparent manner. As a matter of fact, the city has followed the same old game plan of excluding anyone who does not agree with the folks who are making the public policy. That has been a deliberate disadvantaging of the residents of that Roseland area from the general plan update, and PlaceWorks has been going along with this rather than helping for a truly inclusive, accountable, authentic community engagement on the general plan update. Please do not give them any more money, and as a matter of fact, audit the work they've already done so far, because many people feel they've been misleading the Planning and Economic Development Department, some of whose employees also are not forthright and honest with the community. Consent item 12.11, resolution. Dwayne DeWitt from Roseland. It would be very helpful to the community if the conflict of interest code had been printed up and was available to see for the community to understand how elected officials and government employees may not be abiding by the conflict of interest code that the city of Santa Rosa has in place. Also, amendments should be discussed with the community so people can understand how and why things occur. There have been a number of city employees who have left under a cloud in the past, including during the time a new city manager has been here who came in because city employees were violating the code of conflict of interest in a sense. You might quibble with that and say, oh, well, it wasn't exactly this or it wasn't exactly that. But the reality is there have been Santa Rosa city employees who have been less than forthright and not honest. And that has happened more than once. And it's still happening on the watch of this current city manager. This city administration has the opportunity to regain the trust of the city, residents, and voters who feel that local government has become just as corrupt as the governments anywhere else at city, county, state, and federal levels, which has created a lot of distrust on the part of the voting public who make this democracy work and pay for all the stuff that the city employees say are needed, and then the council rubber stamps frequently. So please open it up. Let's make sure there is no conflict of interest anywhere in any way, shape, or form on any of city employees and elected officials especially.
Okay, Mayor, that was the last voice message public comment. Additionally, we did not receive any email or e-comment public comments on consent.
Great, thank you. Council, any additional questions? Seeing none, Madam Vice Mayor, you have the consent calendar.
Indeed, I do. And I'm pleased to move items 12.1 through 12.12. With a special thank you to Public Works for the project on Pacific to Mendocino. I know my residents have been long awaiting those improvements. So I will wait further reading of the text and look for a second.
Second.
Motion by the Vice Mayor, second by Mr. Rogers. Any additional questions or comments? I do echo the Pacific. That's gonna be wonderful. So Madam City Clerk, can we do a roll call vote, please?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Dowd?
Aye.
Councilmember Tibbetts?
Aye.
Councilmember Sawyer?
Aye.
Councilmember Rogers?
Aye.
Councilmember Oliveris?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Fleming?
Aye.
Mayor Schwedhelm?
Aye.
That motion passes with 7 ayes.
Great, thank you. We are now taking public comment on item 13, non-agenda matters. This is the time when any person may address the council on matters not listed on this agenda, but which are within the subject matter jurisdiction of the council. If you wish to make a comment via Zoom, please raise your hand. If you're dialing in via telephone, please dial *9 to raise your hand. We'll take 10 speakers under item 13. If we have more than 10 public comments on item 13, the remaining speakers will be afforded the opportunity to speak on item 16 non-agenda matters to provide public comment. Madam Host, would you facilitate our public comment portion for item 13?
Thank you, Mayor. Again, as the Mayor stated, raise your hand now via Zoom if you'd like to make a public comment on non-agenda matters. Dial *9 if participating via telephone. All right, Mayor, I don't see any hands at this time for live public comment on non-agenda matters. Would you like to hear the one voice message we received on non-agenda matters now or at item 17?
Let's hear it now.
Thank you.
Item 13, public comment, non-agenda item. Dwayne DeWitt from Roseland. There is a concern by numerous residents, and not just the Roseland area, but in the South Park area, that city employees and city elected officials, public policy making officials, have still been deliberately disadvantaging the area of Roseland and South Park. Now would be a perfect time for you folks to show everyone paying attention that you want to help to overcome that deliberate disadvantaging of the past and help the folks from all areas of the city have equality, which is what the city manager has frequently said in the past, that the annexed area of Roseland would be up to the same standards as the rest of the city. You're having difficulty filling the seats on the Citizen Advisory Committee for the general plan. Now would be an excellent time to let all of the people who ran for city council and don't get elected be volunteers on that Citizen Advisory Committee. There was 10 people who came forward, so at least you know those folks want to volunteer. And in 2 districts, 3 separate people are running. And those happen to be the most disadvantaged districts, 1 and 7. So if you allowed the folks who don't get on the city council to be on the Citizens Advisory Committee, you'd have that opportunity to be helping to make sure that there was more public participation in an open and transparent, equitable manner. I believe now is the time that you folks could make the opportunities happen. That Citizens Advisory Committee doesn't have to be finished until after the election. So you can hold off the appointees until after the election on the 3rd of November, just a short 3 weeks away. And you can let those folks who want to volunteer to help the city step up, especially those folks from District 1 and District 7. That is where we can get that equity that has been mentioned in the past, and the time is now. Please help those districts get parity, equity, equality with the rest of the city, especially the most favored neighborhoods such as Fountain Grove, and Proctor Terrace, and Montecito Heights, and Bennett Valley. Yeah, let's get it all going. Get those folks.
All right, Mayor, we do have one email that was submitted, and I'll turn it over to City Clerk Stephanie Williams to read the audio or read the file.
Thank you. Letter received from Vladan Temer. I am requesting the establishment of regulations for short-term rentals in residential neighborhoods. Existing regulations have not kept pace with internet-based business models, example Airbnb. A rapidly growing number of short-term rentals are owned and operated by absentee corporate entities, which may even be domiciled out of state. This particular category has so far been able to avoid the scrutiny of the Planning and Economic Development Department, which verifies zoning compliance. In effect, it is now possible to convert a large house in a quiet and established residential neighborhood into a small hotel without even a public hearing. Corporate operators of short-term rentals target older, desirable neighborhoods which don't have HOAs. Resulting problems include general disturbance of peace, increased traffic beyond the normal capacity of the neighborhood, street parking on narrow one-way streets, etc. When a rental causes a disturbance, the only recourse neighbors have is to keep calling the police department. Nobody wants to do that on a regular basis, and I am sure the police department would prefer that these problems be resolved on their own, be resolved at their origin. I propose that a short term, starting now, all such conversions of homes undergo a public hearing which must be announced to the neighborhood by mail. In the medium term, that is at the next major decision-making meeting. I request that City Council members pass a new ordinance similar to the ones other cities in Sonoma County or elsewhere already have. Thank you. And that concludes email and e-comments submitted.
Great, thank you so much. On to item 14.1, Mr. City Manager.
Item 14.1, report, Fourth Amendment to Professional Services Agreement F001622A with Bureau Veritas North America Incorporated, Atascadero, California, waiving the competitive selection process per Council Policy 600-01, extending the term of the agreement and increasing compensation by $1 million for a total not to exceed amount of $14,717,399 for post-fire recovery and rebuild services. Gabe Osborne presenting.
I'm sorry about that, Mr. McGlynn. I do appreciate that introduction. And good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and members of the Council. As mentioned in the introduction, the item before the Council at this point in time is an amendment to the Bureau Veritas Professional Services Agreement. And I'd like to begin the presentation, by providing a brief history of the Bureau Veritas Professional Services Agreement. This is the Fourth Amendment, and the contract has been around for almost 3 years now. It was originally executed towards the end of 2017, and the purpose of the contract was to dedicate additional staffing resources to the recovery and the rebuilding efforts that spawned from the 2017 Tubbs fire. Those additional resources that were provided through this contract allowed us to dedicate a separate permitting center for the fire victims, which is commonly known as the Resilient City Permitting Center. That center has been in operation for almost 3 years now, and it is almost solely staffed by Bureau Veritas. The 3 years that the center was in operation are really fairly critical to the discussions moving forward, because we're analyzing the activity levels, we're analyzing the level of need, and we're making determinations as we step into year 4 of the fire rebuild on the best way to handle that. So we have identified some additional financial resources. We have identified some additional process changes that we're looking at as we step into year 4, and this presentation will cover those. In addition, I will talk briefly about the additional glass fire that has recently struck Santa Rosa and resulted in the damage of structures and how that will factor into our fire recovery services moving forward. Next slide, please. The current slide was presented to council when we initially executed the contract, which was on November 21 of 2017, and it summarized what we thought the permit center would look like. We knew at the time that it would have to handle the core services, which in rebuild are plan check and inspection on the building side. And we knew it would have to have dedicated staffing to avoid any impacts to our normal staff. And we knew it would have to have some expedited program to it based on the need to get things done within a short time frame. We also knew that there would be support resources in various sections to support the overall recovery, and we knew it would have a function of outreach and education. Next slide, please. As the permit center evolved, what we saw is a significant amount of volume in those core service buckets, and then also an expansion of the support services. So at the peak, there were dedicated staffing of 6,000 hours over 30 positions. We were able to institute an expedited plan review program that resulted in 5 days review for minor changes. We also have a program that we've been able to carry through the entire 3 years, which allows for building inspections to be conducted within 24 hours of the request with no cap. That means no matter how many inspections we receive today, we will provide them tomorrow. And we also saw the support services on landscape design and water department support and stormwater compliance really expanded with the construction level. And there was a significant number of resources that needed to be dedicated to that. Of course, we had right-of-way safety during the times when we had a lot of activity in the public right-of-way, and community engagement was a huge part of the overall rebuild, and we continue to do that today. Next slide, please. Over the 3 years, the community has achieved a very high level of success. We had over 3,000 units that were damaged by the fire, completely destroyed, and we're currently looking at 80% of those are either complete in the construction process or in some phase of the plan review. We currently have approximately 50% that are complete, and we're currently finalizing almost 55 homes per month. Next slide, please. So over those 3 years, what we've been able to analyze are various trends in both inspections and permits. And this piece is important because most of the staffing goes to these two services, and it usually contributes to the highest cost on the professional service side. So this chart shows that activity over the first 2 years of the rebuild. Orange line being monthly inspections, blue line being new permits received. In the start of the center, obviously the permits come first. We saw very little activity in the first 2 months, but that really ramped up dramatically as we started getting into 2018. And we saw our peak for monthly permits received in May of 2018. There were 219. And since that point, we started seeing a reduction in the number of permits received. There were certain spikes in 18, but it really started tailing off into the 2 year end of the two year period, excuse me. And after that 2 years, we saw almost 2,000 permits submitted. Those do include building permits and encroachment permits. That resulted in an average of about 84 new permits per month. On the inspection side, we see a slightly different trend. That activity was delayed a little bit. As permits are issued, it takes some time to get construction off the ground. So we saw the inspection activity start to grow in 2018, but it really peaked out in 2019 when we got into that construction season. So there was a total of 4,263 peak inspections done in a month at that time. It started tailing off a little bit towards the end of the year, but it still held pretty high. And at the end of the 2 year period, we did a total of 56,000 total inspections. And in October of 19, and this is an important number we use to track staffing, is we averaged 162 inspections per day. Next slide, please. This chart takes that same data set and carries it over to the 3rd year. So once again, the blue line is permits received, the orange line is inspections. On the blue line, we see in December of 19, we had a fairly significant spike in the number of new permits. And then we saw a pretty significant reduction in January 2020, and those numbers held. So we averaged from 2020 on about 10 new permits a month. What that resulted in towards the end of year 3, there was a total of 2,300 permits submitted, and the average went down to about 35 new permits a month. Of course, that average is affected by that 88 number. So we're more like 10 over the last 6 months or so. What we can see from the inspection is that still held pretty high. We were processing through the first quarter of this year quite a few inspections. We had a significant spike in March of 20, 3,388 inspections in a month. That was due to COVID. With the initial shelter-in-place orders, we had some restrictions on construction. The one construction activity that could move forward was the rebuild, so that sucked construction resources in from other sites. As those restrictions eased up, that moved and the activity started dipping a little bit. We didn't really start seeing dramatic decreases in inspection until about August of this year. On the orange line, once again with the inspections at year 3, 85,000 total inspections. Our average has dipped to 81 inspections per day. An important point is through most of this year, we were more in the range of 150 to 160 inspections per day. And then as I mentioned, with the permits, we're approximately around 10 per day with the normal trends. Next slide, please. So along with that activity, the next few slides are going to show the revenue and expenditures associated with that. The blue line is showing the total expenditures and the green line is showing the total revenue. It is important to note with the total expenditures, there are 2 costs. There are some upfront costs that went into setting up the center, and then the ongoing costs are the monthly obligations to Bureau Veritas. And what we saw with the initial creation of the center is obviously the expenditures were higher than the revenue. There was not much permitting activity at that point. But as we saw on the other charts, the permitting activity started dramatically increasing around May of 2018. That caused the revenue to jump above the expenditures. And at the end of year 1, we had a significant difference between the revenue and the expenditures, with the revenue being higher than the expenditures. At that point, once again, the permits were driving it. We weren't doing a lot of inspections at that point. The main inspection volume started to come in 2019. And what we see since the permits slowed and the inspections increased, we saw those numbers get closer. So towards the end of 2 years, we were seeing a differential with the expenditures being higher than the revenue to the tune of approximately $370,000. Next slide, please. So once again, this chart takes the same data set and carries it into year 3, but more importantly, a projected year 4. So what we saw, because we did have that significant dip in the number of new permits and our inspections held fairly high. We were averaging through most of the initial time frame of approximately 150 average inspections per day. We've seen the differential grow, and it is currently in September of 20, the differential is sitting at approximately 1.8 million, with the expenditures being higher. If we project that out, and the important piece with the projection really is the blue line, what we're seeing is that gap start to close. So our proposal tonight is to allocate additional financial resources to the Bureau Veritas contract, which will help us carry Bureau Veritas forward until approximately the end of the fiscal year. Once that is done, as you can see, that blue line starts leveling out. Our proposal is at the end of the fiscal year, and once we hit the not to exceed amount on the contract, at that point, we're proposing to no longer rely on a professional service contract and incorporate the fire review services and inspection into our normal PED portfolio. So that will cause that line to settle. We will not be running into a situation where the expenditures are growing any further, and the revenue is still going up at that tune of approximately 10 permits per month. So what we see at the end of the fiscal year, and this is once again based on that estimate of fairly conservative new permit totals, is we're seeing a slight reduction in that gap to the tune of 1.7 million. But the important piece to note is based on the inactive parcels at this point. If those move forward, there still is an additional 3 million in revenue that would come through with that activity. Next slide, please. So one of the most important indicators for us to determine the staffing resources has been inactive parcels. It's really us trying to gauge as people move forward when they are going to do it, and the timing associated with that to make sure we have the resources in the right places. Currently, we have 589 inactive parcels in both fire rebuilds areas between Coffee Park and Fountain Grove. We also track the sale of those parcels. So what we found is that 395 of those parcels are still held by the owner of record on the date of the fire. That's the original property owner, and 194 have sold. And some of the trends that we're seeing as properties sell, they are more likely to go to permitting, and they are selling to home builders, they're selling to investors, but we are seeing a trend where that is the most likely next bucket that moves forward. And as those move forward, what's happening is the revenue from the plan check and inspection fees is turning out to be approximately $7,000 per building permit. So based on that math, we're looking at a total remaining revenue of approximately $4 million if all those rebuild. Now the challenge with this is really understanding when they are going to rebuild, and of course there's the if they are going to rebuild. I do feel to some extent that these numbers are still somewhat conservative. They don't factor in the major commercial developments that would move forward. This is just the single family revenue. Next slide, please. So one of the really important pieces, as I mentioned earlier, was tracking the number of inspections that commence. We have a very robust inspection program, and that's mainly to manage that 24-hour turnaround time on inspection. So the number of homes in construction is very important because that dictates the number of staff that we need to keep around. So we've been tracking that, and for a good chunk of the rebuild, it's been 1,500 to 1,200 under construction at one point in time. We have seen that start to reduce recently, and we're currently at 784 units under construction. And what we're finding in the rebuild area is homes are staying under construction a bit longer than we would have anticipated, and we're finding a break point at 3,500 square feet. So homes that are under 3,500 square feet in Coffey Park, on average, they're taking 14 months, in Fountain Grove, 18 months. When they get over 3,500 square feet, we're seeing 16 months in Coffey Park and 21 months in Fountain Grove. Under normal circumstances, in standard residential subdivision developments, under 3,500 square feet, it can be 12 months or less, and over that could be 16 to 18 months or less. So we're typically seeing 2 to 4 months in a lot of situations over what we're anticipating, which is causing those inspection services to have to be in place for longer than anticipated. But what's important, and this is really what is kind of controlling our recommendation for additional financial resources, but then also transitioning to the regular PED services, is based on those averages, the total number of units under construction, we're assuming that 60% of those are complete by February. There's quite a few of those homes that are at the finish line, and that will help us get that load in a manageable state. Next slide, please. So part of this is really, and we've discussed in the past the closure of the permit center, and I think that that's not the correct term for this. It's really the evolution of the permit center. And we've been making tweaks really since year 2 to account with the level of demand. So we've always wanted to put ourselves in a position where we put the resources in place to meet the demand. If the demand wasn't there, we would modify the resources. So as we saw from previous slides, the activity level has dipped in a lot of areas, and there has been a 70% reduction in plan review services, and there has been a 30% reduction in inspection services. We also physically relocated the permit center. When it started, it was in room 6, which is a separate wing. We relocated that to room 5. Makes it a little easier for us to manage multiple counters. It puts our permanent staff in closer proximity to individuals that would be at that counter. And then we had a very interesting shift with COVID and the concept of developing virtual permitting counters. And as it stands right now, we really don't deal with people at the counter. Everything is remote. And that makes it easier to not negatively impact the customer experience by dramatically making a change, because we can simply move that around without putting someone at a counter where there's longer wait times or without shutting a door. So it's helped us morph that into our portfolio a little easier. So the concept is that by February 1 of 2021, we think we're in a position to start incorporating that. We would start our messaging much earlier than that. And as we saw from the previous slide, the Bureau Veritas contract, we think can last longer than that through the remainder of the fiscal year. And the concept with that is we don't want to have a hard stop. We want to have those resources around to ease that transition. So we're hoping that we can extend that out as long as possible. An important piece is because we can reduce the volume, we still feel like we can maintain the same customer experience, the same priority status, and the same level of plan review and inspection turnaround. What becomes problematic is really on the inspection side. Managing a program where you're responding to inspections within 24 hours means that you are always staffing for your worst case scenario to make sure that you can meet that. What we'll probably run into if we get future spikes in inspections, that 24-hour inspections may bleed out to 48 hours or 3 days. That is not uncommon. What we find is as we communicate with applicants and give them the heads up and make sure that they're aware, that usually doesn't negatively impact construction processes. That's fairly normal turnaround time for inspection requests. Next slide, please. So unfortunately, our community is now dealing with rebuilds on multiple fire events. So over the last week, we've been strategizing on how we can incorporate the rebuilds from the glass fire into our program that was set up for Tubbs. And what we found is that we will be able to prioritize in the same fashion. We have a program in place. We will simply implement these into those programs. Individuals experiencing loss from this event will be able to gain advantage from all the programs and the tools that were put in place over the 3 years. It was a significant investment in time to develop the specific building permit protocols, the specific guidance documents, the technological tools, and all we really have to do is allow those parcels to enter into that. So we think that they're in a much better starting point because they're going to gain a benefit from that being around. And also, we're really dealing with a much lower number. What we're looking at now is from a phase 1, phase 2 cleanup and a complete rebuild. We're probably in the frame of 20 units. 20 units would not necessarily dedicate the need for a professional services agreement. We can incorporate that in and still manage the same program. So as it stands at this point, our proposal is that we rope those into our normal PED portfolio. The action today does have a benefit to the individuals affected by this event. As it stands right now, we do have completely damaged structures, but we also have a wide variety of partially damaged structures. And our chief building official is actively working with those individuals to get them to the finish line and back in their home as soon as possible. If we were to bring in the Tubbs fire workload into the PED portfolio at this point, that would have an impact because of the total number of units still in that. So it would potentially take those resources away that we want to prioritize to make sure we can get those handful of parcels that are ready to get back in the home taken care of. Next slide, please. And that concludes the presentation. And I'd like to complete this with simply restating the recommendations. And one is to waive the competitive selection procedures in Council Policy 600-01 in the best interest of the city. And the second is to approve the Fourth Amendment to Professional Services Agreement with Bureau Veritas North America Incorporated to extend the term of the agreement and increase compensation by $1 million for a total amount not to exceed $14,717,399. And with that, we can open up to any questions you may have.
Great, thank you for that presentation, Gabe. Council, any questions? Mr. Tibbetts, you're first.
Thanks, Mayor. Thank you, Gabe. I was noticing in the staff report that the permit application fees have increased slightly, and it sounds like it's due to the square footage or size of the units. Have you at all seen any information? I guess my only concern is, you know, that I'm glad that we're breaking even. It sounds like we're probably even going to profit from this program. But have you gotten any complaints from the applicants about this potential increase or any cases of hardship where they weren't able to cover it or it's difficult to cover?
Yeah, that's an excellent question. And that was one of our concerns really going into the fire rebuild in general, was to understand what sort of fees were going to be impactful. The insurance covers that. So there's a reasonable permitting fee that most insurance policies cover, and it is associated with the size of the home. So as we got through Coffee Park, where they're mostly smaller, our average bumped up, and that's mainly due to the fact that the vast majority of our remaining activity is in the Fountain Grove area, and those homes are bigger. But I have not had that brought directly to my attention. Overall, those fees are low for plan check and inspection fees, and I think that that is in a reasonable amount to the insurance company, and they likely have a line item that covers that.
Okay, thanks.
Mr. Rogers.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Gabe, I just wanted to appreciate a lot of this data work that you put in here. One of the things that I'm just so impressed with is looking at our numbers 3 years in and seeing sort of that projection number. And I did some quick math looking at worst case scenario where you showed us the 1.7 million as being the potential highest gap between how much we would spend on this whole program and for those homes moving forward. And that's $560 per home for us to be able to expedite and get people back that much faster. And I just wanted to make that comment. and say that I think that from a council member perspective and from a community member perspective, if that's the worst case scenario is we spent $560 per home to get people back that much sooner, I think it's money well spent. So great work on it. I know you put a lot of work into designing how this would play out in our community, and I just want to say thank you.
Any other questions? Gabe, I had one. You talked about the inspection time, within 24 hours. What was the average time prior to October of 17?
It depends. Usually the inspections, it's fairly reasonable to have a 3-day turnaround time, but it is totally dependent on the volume that you achieve. And as we get those high points, it can bleed out. Typically, when you bleed out further than that and it becomes 5-day, then corrective measures are needed. And that would be your worst case scenario. So an industry standard is in 2 to 3 days for those turnaround times on inspections. 48 hours is pretty common.
Great. Thank you for that. I'm just so impressed with you and your team's responsiveness in adjusting as needed to get folks back in there. So very appreciative. Any other questions from council? Seeing none. We're now going to take public comments on item 14.1. If you wish to make a comment via Zoom, please raise your hand. If you're dialing in via telephone, please dial *9 to raise your hand. You'll have 3 minutes. Madam Host, would you facilitate public comment for item 14.1?
Mayor, will do. Again, as the mayor stated, to raise your hand via Zoom. If you're participating by telephone, dial *9. This is for item 14.1. A countdown timer is before the audience for the convenience of the speaker and the viewers. The first speaker will be acknowledged and invited to speak when the countdown begins. Please make sure to unmute yourself when you are invited to do so. Mayor, I'm not seeing any hands raised for item 14.1 for live public comment. Can we move along to the voice message public comment?
Yes, please.
Thank you.
Report item 14.1, Dwayne DeWitt from Roseland. Please do not give more money into this program. There is definitely a lot of money there already, and have these people become more efficient and get done. Essentially, the bragging rights are that after 3 years from the fire, 2,300 permits have been issued. And I believe now our own staff can step in. So please do not give more money to Bureau Veritas North American. Thank you.
Mayor, that concluded the voice message public comment. Likewise, there were no email and no e-comment public comments submitted for item 14.1.
Great, thank you. We'll bring it back to council. Mr. Rogers, you have this item?
Yep, thank you, Mr. Mayor. All right, I will move the resolution of the council of the city of Santa Rosa waiving the competitive selection procedures in council policy 600-01 in the best interest of the city and approving the 4th amendment to professional services agreement number F01622A with Bureau Veritas North America, Inc., Atascadero, California, to increase compensation and extend the time for performance under the agreement for post-fire recovery and rebuilding services, and waive further reading of the text.
Second.
I think I saw Mr. Tibbetts up first for that second. So we have a motion by Mr. Rogers, second by Mr. Tibbetts. Any additional comments or questions from council? Madam City Clerk, could we do a roll call vote, please?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Dowd?
Aye.
Councilmember Tibbetts?
Aye.
Councilmember Sawyer?
Aye.
Councilmember Rogers?
Aye.
Councilmember Oliveris?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Fleming?
Aye.
Mayor Schwedhelm?
Aye.
That motion passes with 7 ayes.
Great. Thank you so much. Thank you for that presentation, Gib. I love the data. All right, item 14.2, Mr. City Manager.
Item 14.2, report authorization to execute a grant agreement and any amendments thereto with the California Department of Housing and Community Development for the Community Development Block Grant Disaster Recovery Multifamily Housing Program and an allocation of funding. Dave Wine presenting.
Yeah, good evening, Mayor Schwarthelm and members of the council. As the city manager just described, this is asking you to finally execute the grant agreement and any necessary amendments with our partners, the California Department of Housing and Community Development, for the long-awaited Community Development Block Grant Disaster Recovery Multifamily Housing Program. We're also in the approval of all the allocated funding and the implementation. I'm joined tonight with Megan Bassinger, our program manager for the Housing Trust, and Nicole Rathburn, our program specialist in the trust, whose primary focus over the last year has been on this particular program. Next slide, please. So almost 3 years ago to the day, we are now excited to bring you an action that requests you execute this standard agreement, what the state calls a master standard agreement, to accept the $38.5 million for the Community Development Block Grant. We'll be using acronyms tonight called CDBG-DR or CDBG-DR-MHP for the multi-housing program. Obviously, this is aligned with your Tier 1 goals. And by way of background, HUD allocated $124 million of this resource to the California Department of Housing and Community Development, HCD, for the recovery of all disasters in the 2017 year. Of that amount, HCD identified $66 million for a new program called Disaster Recovery Multifamily Housing. And you'll note if our award is 38.5, Santa Rosa is receiving 57% of that resource, and rightly so, based on the extent of the damage we experienced several years ago. HCD has identified the city based on our ability to manage community development block grant and other affordable housing resources as a sub-recipient of the program, which means we can operate the program under their guidance. Next slide, please. And this slide just summarizes the years over which the council has reviewed the CDBG-DR program. It doesn't include those 7 a.m. morning meetings right after the disaster where the council subcommittee had a deep briefing on this. It doesn't call for the many trips to Sacramento and Washington, D.C. to get us to this place. But basically, several key milestones in 2018. And then, of course, in August 2019, we had our last staff briefing on this plan. So that is quickly a review of the 3-year process that took a lot of energy from staff. But I wanted to turn it over to Nicole to walk through what the multifamily housing program is and our operations with the state. And then, of course, Megan will talk through the Santa Rosa Housing Trust and next steps.
Thanks,
Thank
Dave.
you. And next, yep, there you are.
Next slide, there we go. So good evening, Mayor Schwarthelm and council members. I'm Nicole Rathbun, Program Specialist with the Housing and Community Services Department. To give you a brief overview of the Disaster Recovery Multifamily Housing Program, the state has allocated up to approximately $38.5 million for Santa Rosa for this program. This amount was determined based on the unmet needs analysis that was in the state's action plan, which was approved by HUD. Like Dave mentioned earlier, the Santa Rosa has been identified as a subrecipient of the funds from HCD to fund affordable housing through loans to developers for projects selected through a competitive solicitation process. The structure of this program is such that HCD will have final approval on the solicitation materials, as well as final approval of all funding awards for recommended projects. Eligible activities under the multifamily housing program include rehabilitation and reconstruction if those activities result in additional affordable units, and new construction of multifamily rental housing, all of which would be affordable to households at 80% of the area median income level or less. Next slide, please. So in order to proceed and secure these funds for Santa Rosa, HCD requires City Council authorization to enter into a standard agreement in substantially the same form that's in front of you tonight. This agreement defines both state HCD and city obligations, establishes timelines and milestones for the program in alignment with HUD's requirements for the use of the funds. Authorization to enter into a standard agreement is required to move forward to complete our due diligence review, receive finalized standard agreement for execution, and to commit the funding to approved projects. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and forward it on to Megan Bassinger, our Housing Trust Manager.
Next slide, please. The implementation of the program is going to be explained over the course of several slides. So first, we have been working with HCD for the better part of a year to demonstrate that the city staff has the resources and capacity to deliver this program to Santa Rosa. And as part of that process, we have provided them with our policies and procedures that we use to implement our existing affordable housing resources that are made available to us by the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, as well as those financial resources that we generate locally. We've also provided them with evidence of our lending documents to demonstrate that we can and have secured loans. And so with this background, we're recommending that the council identify the Housing Authority, which is the entity that provides the city's affordable housing loans, as the oversight body for the program, and put administration in the Santa Rosa Housing Trust, which is the division within Housing Community Services that currently delivers your affordable housing financing to developers in the city. We have flexible housing programs that, again, as I mentioned, we fund through HUD's CDBG and home programs, as well as locally generated funds through the real property transfer tax and housing in lieu fees. We've been using these sources for over 30 years to finance a wide variety of units that are scattered throughout Santa Rosa and are evidenced by some of the photos below. Those are some of the recent projects that we have completed in Santa Rosa. Next slide, please. So the Santa Rosa Housing Trust currently has a loan portfolio in excess of $120 million and conducts regulatory compliance on over 4,000 units. As I mentioned, we have policies and procedures in place that are in compliance with federal funding requirements. On an annual basis, we conduct solicitations for our funding. We prioritize projects that are ready to begin construction, that provide units to the lowest income levels, that compete well for state funding sources, which include tax credits, the multifamily housing program, and other funding opportunities that are operated by the California Department of Housing and Community Development. Our loans are typically for 55 years, which coincides with state funding and tax credits. They're simple interest, deferred, and they're based on residual cash receipts, which means that the project is generating cash flow, then the Housing Authority does receive some repayment, and that repayment is then put back into our lending program. Next slide, please. So the next steps for the CDBG DR program are to receive and execute the standard agreement. Staff will be working to develop the solicitation materials, which we commonly refer to as the NOFA, which is Notice of Funding Availability. We'll be working on that in conjunction with HCD because they will review and approve it to make sure it meets the program requirements that they have developed for the statewide CDBG DR program. We anticipate conducting the solicitation in winter, which hopefully late December, early January. We will convene a City Council and Housing Authority Review Committee, and this is similar to what we did for the reuse of the Bennett Valley Senior Center, which is an item that came before Council in September 2019, where we had members of Council and Housing Authority work with staff on the selection of a developer who is currently in an exclusive negotiating agreement with the city for the reuse of that site as affordable housing. The review committee will then identify projects to be recommended to HCD for approval because, as I mentioned, the city will provide the recommendation and HCD has the final approval to make sure that the project meets all of the program requirements that they have identified. And once HCD provides that approval, a notice of intent will be provided to the project and they will be able to proceed with construction. Next slide, please. So it is the recommendation of Housing and Community Services that the council do three things to this resolution. One, that you accept the allocation of funding up to $38,469,772 in Community Development Block Grant Disaster Recovery Funds, that you approve a master standard agreement with the state of California and any amendments thereto, and that you delegate program administration to the Housing Authority of the City of Santa Rosa. That concludes our presentation, and we'd be happy to answer any questions.
Great, thank you for that presentation, Megan. Council questions, Mr. Tibbetts.
Thanks, Mayor, and thank you, Megan and Dave. My question for you guys is relating to the low-income housing tax credit, the 4% competitive process. It's my understanding that those are going to be due in February. And my question has to do with the timing of the CDBG DR and the solicitation process. Is there anything we could do? And I know you have the ad hoc established, but is there any other support that the council can provide to help move that timeline forward to ensure that any 4% or 9% tax credit applicants meet this year's deadline?
Yeah, Councilmember Tibbetts, it's a great question. There's typically 2 rounds each year. They start in the spring, they end in the summer. It's very advantageous for developments to be in the first round. So that's in April. So developers, and we've been talking to many of them, want to have their package set in the month of March. What that means and what we might need from the council is a quick turnaround from the state on the standard agreement, a quick turnaround from the state on the notice of funding availability, so we can get out and solicit developments for approximately 30, 40 days, and then possibly time it so that they can come in and be competitive in that spring timeframe. However, it might be the second round in 2021 based on the timing of receipt of this funds.
So I think what Director Gwine is saying politely is that the state is going to be probably the most challenging part of this and continues to be, because as you see, state HCD is the ultimate arbiter, and they will be working on, I suspect it's not just us in the queue, it is a series of communities that have been issued these dollars. So we will be leaning heavily into the council to assist in that process. But the reality is we are in a process with a state agency, and that timeliness out of that state agency has been a challenge today.
Thanks, Sean. Just as a follow-up question, it sounds like there's some political legwork that needs to be done and some lobbying of HCD, which I'm sure we will do and I'm sure the developers will do. Similarly, would it be helpful to have a third-party consultant involved to help push this on our side?
We have a third-party consultant, Haggerty, who was working with us already.
Okay, thanks.
If I could just interject for a moment too, as we in the past year have developed a great working relationship with HCD staff, and they're incredibly responsive to us in these last 6 months or so. And so we're hopeful that will continue as we proceed with the program.
Vice Mayor Fleming.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. My questions are similar to Councilmember Tibbetts, but just wanted to be even more direct about, is there any resources, anything that either the council can do specifically in terms of lobbying efforts, or anything that we can do in terms of providing resources to move up the timeline on this so that we don't miss out on these hopefully one-time funds?
Well, we won't miss out on the funds. I think the challenge will be the overall portfolio, and we will be leaning heavily into council to assist us. But we're part of a state program. But we have the commitment team. We have a consultant on contract. But we are driving that bus very, very quickly.
Mr. Sawyer.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm hearing a trend with the council members in trying to get a hold of some pretty sizable amounts of money. Is there a $150 million available through this process in February? You mentioned April. What about, is there a round earlier? And if we were to commit ourselves to getting the applications and the NOFA in place and dedicate, give the department all of the resources necessary to go faster, and the political push that was mentioned by two council members already. This is never been done before. These types of funds, and I'm fearful that we may be leaving a fair amount of lots and lots of money on the table if we don't act more rapidly than we are currently trying to go. At the speed we're trying to go now, we could be leaving money on the table. Can we go faster?
You won't be leaving money on the table. You've been allocated $38 million. Staff will be going through a process to approve that dollars. They're going to be working very, very fast to do that. The question is, you want to make sure that you're getting the real proper investment. So that is going to require conversations. You do have a period of time to spend the money. I would say this may be multi-year process in of itself. It may, you don't want to. Again, we have lots of projects to address. We want to make sure we're giving you the right information to make the right decisions, and we're working through a state process at the same time. And so again, we want to address the earlier conversations. We will move rapidly, but you also want to make sure you're getting the most investment dollars out of these $38 million. So there is, and again, you have multiple years to spend these dollars.
Yeah, I would just echo what the city manager said. It's exciting. The contract's finally here. It's October, and aligning up for those first rounds of funding in 2021 is a huge challenge. Not that we're not going to try, but we have under the state agreement about 5 years to spend the money, and there's second rounds of resources in 2021, again in 2022. But we'll do everything we can to try and prep these developments and run a process and have recommendations to HCD so that these developers can also compete for these other resources.
Well, I'm glad to hear that, and I'd be interested in hearing from the public. This is way outside my wheelhouse, but I had a conversation today with an individual in the industry who was talking about the potential of getting funds in a February disbursement, about that the people are already lining up to apply for, and that amount, two disbursements of $150 million each, one in February and one in April, and it concerns me that if we don't give you if we don't give our department of our housing department the people you need, the ability to work as quickly as you can and really prioritize this, then that leaving the money on the table is what is concerning me if we're not able to give you the kind of help that you need to go after it.
Well, that is why we've actually started to work years ago with this Haggerty consulting team to help us make this pathway as clean and clear as possible. So we've already begun that work, council members, on this particular process. If there's additional resource that needs to be delivered to it, we will. So don't be concerned about that. But the challenge is we also want to make sure that you're making good, sound decisions in this process about this one-time investment dollars. So we want to make sure that it's a full process, right, that gets community input and these dollars go the fullest and have the most impact in the community as they possibly can.
Right. And if I could just add to what Mr. Sawyer was saying, for me, it's not so much just about the 38 million. It's these other ones to make these developments that would be in Santa Rosa be more competitive, because as we know, for affordable housing, it's a variety of different funding. And Mr. Sawyer and others have mentioned other tax credits. And that's what, you know, I get it, we're limited at 38 million bucks, but how many other millions of dollars can we attract that will benefit and complement our 38 million? So, Mr. Dowd. You're on mute. You're on mute, Mr. Dowd.
I'm very supportive of what my colleagues have said. I appreciate the comments and response from staff and the city manager, but I don't want us to leave any dollars on the table by lack of applying whatever assets we have to get it and get it as quickly as we can. And if more on behalf of the city council is needed to accomplish that goal, please, please get with us and get it in place. Because I think, I mean, I've already heard from 4, I guess I'm number 5, but at any rate, please don't put it off because you think it's going to be okay if we don't get it till April. Get it now, as soon as you can. Thank you.
So I still see some virtual hands up. Mr. Tibbetts, did you still have a question? Mr. Sawyer, do you still have a question? Vice Mayor Fleming, do you have a question?
I do have a question. My question is for Mr. McGlynn. Can you help reconcile the fact that, you know, you can tell the majority of the council, if not all of us, were lobbied on this topic by eager people who are ready to put shovels in the ground, which is never something any of us want to pass up, especially in good development and affordable housing development. And the urgency that we heard from more than one of them was concerning. And the responses from what I'm hearing from your team is like, oh, it'll be okay. So can you explain to me, and I don't mean this in any kind of adversarial way, just help me to understand why it's going to be okay when we heard from them that it's not.
Well, we will come back. If I guess one of the questions that we want to make sure we have is if you can let the city manager know where those concerns lie, we will address those concerns. So one of the questions is as if you are being addressed, it would be very helpful for me to understand who's reaching out to you on exactly those concerns so we can address those concerns. And so please reach out to me and I will make sure the staff addresses those concerns fully.
The resounding concern was that these developers wanted to be able to access the funding at the earlier date in February.
And again, having a specific, if you can share with us who those developers are, we can address those as a direct conversation to meet the needs. I want to make sure. I
appreciate that. That's not a policy answer.
Well, again, without knowing what their direct concerns are specifically to their projects, it's hard for us to have a global answer. We're going to try to meet the timetables that have been stressed here, but we really need to know who it is and how we can help them get assurances that we can help them meet their deadlines.
Right. Well, like, just to be very clear, it is that they would like to be able to access funding to build affordable housing in February, not April. I'm not sure that it's so material which developers it is, unless it's one that would, enjoy some preference in the downtown or something.
Well, again, we're moving as quickly, but to understand, again, it really helps us communicate with those developers to understand their specific projects. So it really helps.
That, and I will just ask one more time, what the policy hiccup here is that you're hoping that could be resolved by understanding which specific developers, when the council is asking for just generally to move up the timeline so that we can access that funding in an expeditious manner.
Well, the question is we're hearing that, but as I stated before, we're also working with the state agency. So we may need some assistance understanding when the state agency is going to turn around from this particular space. And as Megan mentioned we're having good relationships with them, but they may not be on the same timetable as our local developers. And so understanding what that timetable is, understanding what the state's timetable is to make decisions moving forward so that we can bring that back to council, because I suspect that might be the space that is one of the more challenging spaces in this conversation.
Okay.
Mr. Rogers.
I mean, I'll lend my voice, but I think what I had not heard that I think will be helpful for staff is that there is an underlying concern from developers that this, in particular, this tax credit will not be renewed by the state moving forward, given the challenges around COVID. So with their budget cuts, the concern is that these dollars are the last ones that have been allocated, that they'll go away. So I hope that that provides some context and lets you understand sort of why there's the additional urgency in the conversations that people are having with council members.
And that's very helpful. And that's exactly what we need to be able to address that concern moving forward and shape the conversation with the state.
Mr. Sawyer.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, it's my expectation that we will be hearing from one or more of the individuals that contacted us. And I'm sure that they would be more than happy to meet with staff and offer any kind of assistance they can. It's going to take a major team effort to be successful, and especially when we're under a time constraint and a timeline that is exceedingly aggressive. Or we would need to be exceedingly aggressive, let me put it that way.
Well, and again, we may need to apply that pressure to the state, because the agency may, the terms that Councilmember Rogers stated may need to be re-articulated to the state itself, right?
Yeah, and please do involve the council where possible. I'm sure that, you know, any of us would be happy to help with those lobbying efforts, and myself and Mr. Tibbetts through the Renewal Enterprise District also will be aggressive. I'm speaking on his behalf, but I'm sure that he's going to put his thumb. There we go. We will do whatever we can to make this happen.
Okay, council, any additional questions? Seeing none, we're not taking public comment on item 14.2. If you wish to make a comment via Zoom, please raise your hand. If you are dialing in via telephone, please dial *9 to raise your hand. You'll have 3 minutes. Madam Host, would you facilitate public comment on item 14.2?
Thank you, Mayor. Again, as the Mayor stated, this is public comment on item 14.2. The countdown timer is before you for the convenience of the speaker and the viewers. The first speaker will be acknowledged and invited to speak. When the countdown begins, please be sure to unmute yourself when you are invited to do so. The first public comment will be from Michelle. Michelle, I've enabled your speaking permissions. Can you please unmute your microphone and confirm you can see the timer on your screen?
I am am I heard? Oh, there's
yes,
a timer. Thank you. I thank you, Mayor Schwedhelm, all of the City Council for your good work and time tonight. It's a very big night. And to your staff, so many big projects going forward. I feel like I should introduce myself as Spartacus. I am one of those who reached out this week to talk about the big opportunity tonight. It's a double whammy. $38 million of one-time, hopefully one-time disaster relief money, the type of leverage that's needed to bring home all the other pieces of funding, the stack of funding for affordable housing. I really appreciate the questions and City Manager McGlynn's and all the staff's openness to how we can work together. I should mention more kudos to all of the city staff. We were just entitled for 129 affordable apartments for a mix of families and individuals earning between 30 and 80% of AMI. Stellar work by the team. And we know this can be applied similarly here. With 38 million of local funds, it is Santa Rosa is primed to be competitive for the one-time $300 million 4% tax credits for affordable housing issued and approved by the governor to be released in February of 2021, 150 million, the other 150 million in April of 2021. Without those funds, all of the housing that is lining up to get done in Santa Rosa will lie fallow. and be put in a drawer for who knows how long. We've been told very clearly that the pandemic recession will preclude additional funding of this order of magnitude. It's over 15 times what they normally make available for affordable housing throughout the state. We know Ventura, we know Santa Barbara have their NOFAs out. We know we can catch up and get it done. It will be a big lift, but it's very well worth the effort to be able to deliver the type of housing that showed up in the downtown plan and in your council goal priorities and so many other things for so long. So we're very eager to be as supportive as you all would deem useful. We have projects ready to go, missing the one piece, which is the commitment of local funds to be eligible to be leveraged for state and federal and other funds. And if we were to leave that on the table, it would be a very long time that we'd have to be explaining that. And we would like to work with you to celebrate more affordable housing in Santa Rosa. Thank you.
Thank you, Michelle. The next public comment will be from Jack, followed by Margaret. Jack, I've enabled your speaking permissions. Can you please unmute your microphone and confirm you can see the timer on your screen?
Unmuted, and I can see the timer. Thank you.
Thank you. Please identify yourself for public record if you choose to do so, and your time begins now.
Good evening, Mayor Schwedhelm, Vice Mayor Fleming, council members, and city staff. I'm Jack Gardner, President and CEO of the John Stewart Company, managing member of the Santa Rosa Canners, and indeed one of the development groups that is concerned about the discussion of timing tonight. As you are aware, the Canners have been working on the Cannery at Railroad Square project for over 2 decades, and we're very grateful to city staff for their diligent efforts and collaboration with our team to get the Cannery through entitlements expeditiously. In addition to high quality affordable housing, this project achieves multiple objectives of the city's just adopted downtown station area specific plan, which is no accident. We've been working closely with city staff for many years to make sure we're addressing your goals. For those who may not know, our founder and chairman, John Stewart, lost his battle with liver cancer just days after the project was entitled. It brought great joy and peace of mind to John's final days, knowing that had been accomplished after so many years of effort. We're very pleased to have now reached a realistic and achievable roadmap for funding this much needed affordable housing development. And along with the developers of multiple other pending affordable housing developments in Santa Rosa, are eager to bring tens of millions of state and federal dollars home to Santa Rosa. But to successfully do so, we need to maximize every opportunity to leverage the city's disaster recovery funds beginning in February and April of next year. With applications for tax-exempt bond financing in both federal and state low-income housing tax credits, which applications require us to have local funding commitments in hand in order to be competitive. Santa Rosa deserves its fair share of affordable housing funding. And to get it, we must ask the mayor, the council, and staff to greatly accelerate the proposed timeline for the disaster recovery NOFA. We are ready, willing, and able to work with the other affordable housing developers and advocates in town to help get swift turnaround in Sacramento to meet this tight deadline. It's critically important that staff prioritize the NOFA, or else the precious $38 million of DR funds that will be allocated through it will not be nearly as valuable to Santa Rosa and will leave tens, if not hundreds of millions of dollars on the table. We therefore urge the council to approve staff's recommended actions tonight, but to take the additional step of accelerating the timing of the NOFA so we can bring these much needed funds home to Santa Rosa. Thank you for your consideration. Congratulations on reaching this milestone. And I'll just say very briefly in my final few seconds that the state treasurer's office is pushing to put the state credits and the tax-exempt bond financing out on the streets as soon as possible, which is why we need commitments by the beginning of February. Thank you much.
Thank you, Jack. The next public comment will be from Margaret, followed by Generation Housing. Margaret, I've enabled your speaking permissions. Can you please unmute your microphone and confirm you can see the timer on your screen?
Yes, I've unmuted and I can see the time. Thank you.
Thank you. Please identify yourself for public record if you choose to do so, and your time begins now.
Great, thank you. Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for all the time you've put in this evening to this long meeting. My name is Margaret Miller. I'm a Senior Vice President at the Jon Stewart Company. I oversee the development activities there, and I'll keep this short. I want to take what Jack has already said. I just wanted to add my voice in to say that it is so critical that we get these funds out, and we're here to support you. We want to be used. We're ready to advocate to the state. We've worked with HCD on a number of projects. We've worked with other jurisdictions like Ventura and in Santa Barbara. We're happy to connect staff to folks in those communities working on this, share the NOFAs. I'm sure some of those resources have already been identified. But really, we're just here. We all have a common goal. We want to get these funds out. We want to leverage them. We want to take advantage of the state tax credits that are going to be out in February. We want to be in a position for our project, but other really good, meaty, affordable projects in Santa Rosa to be able to access that funding as well. I would say, in addition to what Jack and Michelle have already articulated, that it's really important that the NOFA criteria be developed as soon as possible. It will help both the projects that are going to pursue the funds understand what will be needed to be competitive, but it will also just help speed up the process. And so the more quickly that criteria and the NOFA can be developed and circulated, I think the more expedient this process can take place and the better shot we all have at being in a position to apply for the state tax credits in February. Thanks so much for your time. Again, we're here if we can help in any way. Thanks.
Thank you. The next public comment will be from Generation Housing. Generation Housing, I have unmuted your microphone. Can you please confirm you can see the timer on the screen?
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Please identify yourself for public record if you so choose, and your time begins now.
Hi, good evening, council members. My name is Jesus Guzman. I'm speaking on behalf of Generation Housing. I'll be brief. We just want to encourage the City Council to prioritize the disaster recovery funds distribution to meet the state's 4% tax credit calendar for early next year. These funds are one-time dollars that can create real housing in Santa Rosa, but it requires that we act swiftly. It's highly unlikely that public funds like these will be available in the coming years. And Santa Rosa deserves its fair share of housing, and we have an opportunity to ensure that we leverage these local funds to bring in state dollars and make sure we get shovels in the ground. So please consider Generation Housing a partner in your efforts to help advance affordable housing for our community. And again, we want to thank all of you for continuing to support housing. So thank you.
Thank you. Mayor, I'm not seeing any additional hands raised for public comment on item 14.2. Can we move along to the voice message recording?
Yes, please do.
Report item 14.2, Dwayne DeWitt from Roseland. Close to $38 million is going to become available to the city of Santa Rosa, but the oversight is going to be severely limited to the Housing Authority and the City Council. Unfortunately, the Housing Authority has not been an open and inclusive environment for the community to understand how we can get the housing that we desperately need. The Sonoma County Housing Advocacy Group was formed over 22 years ago because the city of Santa Rosa has never really done a good job on the providing of affordable housing, except to funnel as much money as possible to Burbank Housing Development Corporation, which is more of a monopoly than actually a good, efficient, and cost-effective approach. Secondary to that, the problem with the existing housing authority is it's not above board sometimes. One of the most honest members that was ever on that body was recently pushed out by politics from you at the council. That honest man who had become the chair of the housing authority just pointed out the discrepancies in what was occurring and the conflicts. When it was pointed out that the Brown Act wasn't being followed, all of a sudden, They pushed him off. His name was David Harris. He was the chair of the Housing Authority for a short time after volunteering his time for close to a decade. And the city just showed him the door because they don't want that kind of honesty at the Housing Authority. And that kind of honesty is needed, especially for $38 million of taxpayers' money coming down from the top to be helping the folks at the bottom, those who got burned out. And it's from the California Department of Housing and Community Development. So it's got to help those multifamily. It's got to help people who are renters. And that's something that rarely has been at the top of the Housing Authority's approach. As a matter of fact, they switched up on rental housing that was going to be built at Lantana out on the city limits in the south and switched it to home ownership without very much public input. So please, let's get real with this and get that authentic community engagement going with the empowerment plan, starting with this stuff at the Housing Authority. That's where you can really make the difference.
Mayor, that was the only voice message recording received, and we did not receive any email nor e-comment public comments on this item.
Great, thank you on that. Any additional questions from council? Mr. Soil, I'll make the assumption your hand's up from last time. Trying to read you. Okay.
I know, I apologize.
It's a modern world here. Okay, Mr. Oliveras, you have this item.
Thank you, Mayor. I move a resolution of the Council of the City of Santa Rosa accepting an allocation of funding from the Community Development Block Grant Program, Disaster Recovery, in the amount of up to $38,004,069,772, approving a master standard agreement and any amendments thereto, and delegation of program administration to the Housing Authority of the City of Santa Rosa, and waive further reading of the text.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Oliveras, seconded by Mr. Sawyer. Any additional comments or questions?
No.
Seeing none, Madam City Clerk, could we have a roll call vote, please?
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Dowd.
Aye.
Councilmember Tibbetts.
Aye.
Councilmember Sawyer.
Aye.
Councilmember Rogers.
Aye.
Councilmember Oliveras.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Fleming.
Aye.
Mayor Schwedhelm.
Aye.
That motion passes with 7 ayes.
Thank you so much, Megan, Nicole, and Dave for your presentations too. This has great possibilities. Thank you for all your work. Okay, we have no written communication, and there's some, please indulge me, I do want to read a little bit of information. We had a tragic event with the city employee passing, and I will be adjourning our meeting in his honor, but I want to provide some information with council and everyone who's listening. On September 30th, the city family suffered a tragic loss. Daryl Clark, water system technician with the city's water department, passed away. Daryl was a valuable member of the Geysers operation team for 12 years, which is responsible for ensuring over 4 billion gallons of recycled water is delivered to the Calpine steam fields each year. Daryl's work included design, installation, maintenance, and repair of systems controls, electrical systems, and pumping stations for the Geysers recycled water system. He maintained and operated industrial motors and pumps to ensure the seamless operation of a large portion of the region's water reuse system. Daryl had a vital role during the Kincaid fire, monitoring the fire's path and updating staff about the integrity of the pipeline. His colleagues describe him as a thoughtful and caring individual that was dedicated to his work and was a resource for information. Daryl had a passion for learning and enjoyed figuring out how things worked. His wealth of information in many topics was always shared with his colleagues. Daryl's great sense of humor brought laughter to his colleagues. He was a valued and important member of the Santa Rosa Water team and will be missed. Our hearts and thoughts are with Daryl's family. And in honor of his memory, this meeting is now adjourned. Thank you for your participation.